Happy New Year's, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy 2026. And all of that. Also, I do want to apologize. My last stream, apparently my microphone wasn't connected to the interface or whatever I had on my settings. It was only my laptop picking up my voice. So that was an egregious error on my end. Hopefully, that will never happen again. Right. So I do apologize for that. But we are in the new year. I will be going over the Simps of the year, but I will also introduce a new concept, which will be called the S.W.A.P list. And we will go over that later after we go over the top 10. But, anyways, this is what we have for today. Obviously, we're going to start off with a video and then we're going to go straight into it. We're going to go straight into it right after the video. Right after I go over this Cardi B / Stefan Diggs news, and then we will go into the top 10 Simps of the year. So we'll go into that news real quick for you. We'll hit we'll do the video first. Obviously, we'll do the video first. But that's the plan for today. So we'll do the video, then the Cardi B news, then the top 10 lists, and then we will introduce the S.W.A.P list. So that will be a very interesting concept. I just decided I was just going to introduce it. I thought about it literally last night. I was like, what if I do something like this? So this is going to be an interesting concept. Hopefully nobody steal it, you know, but this will be interesting. Oh yeah, like I said, I apologize again for my last stream because my microphone wasn't connected the whole time. I don't know how I didn't know this, but you could definitely hear it when I was, because I just happened to check, I did a quick sound check, and then I realized, why is my indicator on even though I turned off my microphone? And I was like, oh my God. So I'm gonna have to do so I made sure I fixed that, but I'm gonna have to definitely look more into that stream, make sure no other hiccups happen in that stream. I'm surprised nobody picked it up, but yeah, my microphone wasn't connected. But anyways, this is gonna be the video for today. Oh man. What will be the video that I will hit if I can find it? Oh, here we go. So right here. Oh, it's from the same broad. I didn't even realize this is from the same broad. Okay. Okay. This is cool. This is good. I like this. I like this. It's from the same broad. I did not know. Okay, so the other day I did when I did the stream, I did a whole video on this chick complaining about Christian passport bros. Little did I know, I already had saved. I had a post saved from her previously. I had no idea. Oh shoot. So let's go in on the Christian conservative dudes real quick, because some of those people are going to be on this list and on the S.W.A.P list, right? Shout out to Unwelcome Party. Oh, let me change the style of this. Make sure everybody sees the chat. Shout out to anybody from the war band coming through. Shout out to you guys. But anyways, let's present this Instagram video. I did not know that it was the same chick. Oh man. She's mad at the Christian men's dating practices in the church. So let's look at this. Let's look at this video right here. Because I already had showed the video about her complaining about the passport bros, but now let's look at this one. This should be quite interesting.
Had two different men tell me today that they are going to become passport bros because they can't find a wife.
Hold on. Did I just hear a kid yelling in the background? She bet. Oh, yo, if whoever this Fiona character is, she better not be a single mom. I did not pick up on this the last stream, but she better not be a single mom. But I guess yeah, she's one of these LARPers that thought she could just go into the church, convert, like Lily Phillips did today, by the way. By the way, OF, was it the famous corn star that was getting famous with Bonnie Blue for sleeping with 1,000 men in like 1 day or 2 days or something like that, right? Lily Phillips just converted to, you guess, you guessed it. She just got baptized today, apparently. They think they can just go into the church and find a simp, and usually they can. They can. That's usually the game plan. But let me let this continue to play.
I'm calling them out. One of them doesn't even date Christians. The other one doesn't date in his denomination. He keeps going for Catholic women and he's Orthodox. I'm sorry. Why would God bring somebody into your life that could be a potential spouse if you are saying yes to anyone and everybody that comes into your life? I have had two different men.
Oh Lord, the screaming. She needs to relax. So it looks like her page, she has really dedicated herself into quote unquote calling out Christian passport bros or passport bros that have infiltrated the Christian male space. Look at this comment right here. This comment says this video is exactly why they became passport bros. Exactly. But let's play this one more time.
Two different men tell me today that they are going to become passport bros because they can't find a wife. I'm calling them out. One of them.
That yell that I heard in the background, that's either her kid or she's still living at home with her parents. Which is nothing wrong with that, but I'm just saying, like, I will say this. She better be still living at home. That better not be a kid. Oh, you know what? Two things can be true. Two things, yo. What did the great Shannon Sharp say? Two things can be true. She could be a single mom and living at home. So that's a good possibility. Anyways.
Doesn't even date Christians. The other one doesn't date in his denomination.
Oh Lord, that's the Andrew Wilson logic right there. Everybody's getting divorced and we're all losing because we're not Orthodox Christians, right? But anyways,
he keeps going for Catholic women and he's Orthodox. I'm sorry. Why would God bring some?
I think yeah, look, the unwelcome party, I think it is that has a kid and live with their parents. There's a lot of chicks I know that are doing that. They're a single mammy that is either nowhere to be found or she just completely blocked the dude out of her life. And it's like she's still doing what she's doing. She's still living at home. And the kid is basically being watched over by the grandparents for the most part. I this is definitely this is this I think this is the case because as soon as I heard that background on noise, I was like, all I heard was the kids yelling, ah. I was like, whoa, who that? Don't tell me that's your kid. But you know, she's come, but I hope she's just another like young broad just living with her parents, which is I don't really think there's much wrong with that, but I'm just saying that better be the situation. This better not be another single mom complaining about Christian men dating outside of the church or dating abroad. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. The amount of videos I be seeing of these TikTok women complaining about men ghosting them or men not taking them seriously, and then you see a car seat. All these bitches doing their videos in their cars, and then you see the baby car seat in the back, and you complaining about what men are doing to you. Bruh, this has to stop. In 2026, this definitely has to stop. He said priceless. Adama 7752 says marriage is clearly a scam in 2026. Exactly. And I will say this. In my simp of with the top 10 simps of the year, that list, you're gonna see people in there that you saw me previously, give pity to. But in the year 2026, that the pity is gone because what I'm seeing, particularly from men, are men trying to cope by cheating the game or acting like the game doesn't apply to them because they're at this level. So they don't think whatever's happening to the average man or what's happening to a certain type of man is not going to happen to them. So they do things. They'll do certain things. They'll do certain strategies and still act like they're out here getting it, or they still act like they're getting all these 304s and they're never gonna get born. They out here pimping. They out there running a program, but they're out here being big old simps. Because there is a certain way to do things. There is a certain way to do things as a man, even in this climate. There is a certain way that you should do things, and the path. I'm not saying there's no foolproof path, but there is a path. There is a path, but people don't. Whenever we give these alternatives, when we give the reality of the situation, they'll just say, "Oh, passport bros are just simps," or "Oh, if you like, they'll be dudes, particularly finance bros. They are notorious for using escorts. Oh, if you're using an escort, you're simping." Look, some people they do what they do to mitigate risk, or for the people that want a kid, and I give the alternatives, and I mention surrogacy, or I'll even mention adoption. I'll say go have a kid outside the country, come back to the States, and then have a vacation for 2 or 3 4 months where you can see your kid, and then come back to the States and get your money. You can visit your kids. You'll have a better chance of seeing your kids doing it that way than doing it in the United States, where you can literally live across the street. And if you visit your kids against the court time, if you just want to see your kids, but it's not your allotted court time, you could go to jail for because you decided to see your own kids, but it's not your day to see the kids, so that you got to go to jail for that. So I will give these alternatives. you because you can't beat you're not going to beat the game. You're not going to beat the game. Now, the way that you can get the game to cater to you is if you abstain, but men don't want to do that. So if you want to still participate in the game, there is a way that you must play it. But there are the men in this list that I'm showing you. These are people that try to circumvent the game. The unwelcome party also said, just because your level increases and take more damage doesn't mean you can mod it. But a lot of the streamers, they're learning the hard way, because the way I'm seeing these streamers roll or how they navigate, I'm like, yo, you opening yourself up to lawsuits, um, just a lot of money being taken from you. Or you'll like, I don't even, or you'll hear dudes say stupid shit like they'll say, "Oh, just I'm just gonna date older women. I'm just gonna sleep with older women." I'm like, you dumbass. I'm just gonna sleep with older women. Okay. I'm like, y'all think these hoes? You think them older hoes are not on demon time? Well, I'll say this: one of my favorite solutions. Shout out to you. You said I'd rather change servers. One of my favorite solutions I heard from. I'm not gonna say solutions, but how about this trade-offs? One of my favorite trade-offs that I heard was from AJ, and he said, "What you do, you just don't date the women in America, and then since you'll have all this money, arrange a trip, go to one of these spots, once every 2 months or one, go to one of these trips once every 3 months, travel one like once a month or something to one of these countries, get your rocks off for like a week or two, and then you come back to the United States fully focused and you're ready to go." There's been a lot of men that have been operating like that, and you don't hear a peep. So that is a decent solution, in my opinion, or sorry, a decent trade off that you can do. But you know, I'm not going to mention the creator's name, but you'll even have people in this space will shame a man that's doing that. You'll I don't want to mention his name because he's going to be on the S.W.A.P list. He's going to be on the S.W.A.P list, not the Simp of the Year list, the S.W.A.P list. So we'll talk about the S.W.A.P list later on after we mention the top 10 Simps of the year. He said, "Yeah, I was about to type that." Yeah, that's a decent trade off. I know a lot of dudes that is basically operating like that on the low. They just haven't said nothing. They just don't claim, passport bros, which you obviously don't have to do that. But there's plenty of dudes, particularly I'll say like older white dudes. I know plenty of older white dudes that do they just do they rock it like that. They don't say nothing. They said, "Nah, I got this program working for me. I'm not gonna give up the sauce."
Somebody into your life that could be a potential spouse. If you are saying yes to anyone and everybody that comes into your life, I have had 2 different men.
But yeah, this is another video basically of her, whoever this Fiona character is. It's just another video of her crying that she wasn't picked, crying that she LARPed as a trad girl or a church girl and she wasn't able to get the simp that she wanted, or the tall goofy dude, those kind of dudes that she wanted to procreate with, but he was still a simp. So these are the things. These are the type of girls, the dudes that are in the know-how. They might not brag about it. They might not claim quote unquote red pill. They might not they might not claim quote unquote tradcon this or tradcon that, but they see these hoes from a mile away. And dudes are getting privy up on game that a lot of these hoes are in church. And by the way, I don't know if you guys saw it, but Lily Phillips today, I don't know if I can actually search her name on Twitter without I don't even want to search her up. But that Lily Phillips girl, she just got baptized today. And I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to show proof because I'm pretty sure if I search up Lily Phillips on Twitter, it's gonna destroy my channel. So I'm not even gonna do that. I'm not even gonna do that. But let's go into Cardi B, because I'm seeing some even more egregious news from Cardi B and the Stephon Diggs situation, particularly with the Stephon Diggs situation. I'm seeing some egregious stuff. So that private chef, right? That private chef that came out and said, look, he choked me or whatever, he strangled me, the living private chef. There are people saying, or certain leaks are coming out that she was pregnant, that Stephon Diggs had knocked her up. And now, if that is true, if what they're saying is true about that, that means that that choking incident or the alleged incident of the choking, that's probably true. That's probably true. He probably found. Oh my goodness, man. Hold on for a sec. Let me see if I can bring up that news. I might have to bring it up on Google. I might have to bring it up on Google. Diggs news. What in the world? Okay, so that now I know Stephon Diggs is guilty. So look what I just this just happened right now. So look at this right here. Now I know Stephon Diggs was. Yep, he did strangle the bitch. I now I know he did because look who's coming to his defense. This guy. If you got this boy right here, Dave Portnoy, who is the epitome of a sleazeball if I ever saw one. If you got this guy coming to your defense on anything, that's like the wrong person you want coming to your defense. Of all out of all people, Dave Portnoy, this is one of the worst people that has, that has fame out here. That's one of the worst people. Like this, like these are the type of people, like when they get clout, they abuse their power. I'm not saying that he damn near, I don't believe that he damn near deleted his chef, but I do now. I agree. I think the reports are true because the channels that it came through, it's clear that they were trying to sweep this under the rug. See, well, this is what happens right here. There's certain players that you see their dirt, and you tend to see their dirt when like when their contract is about to be up, or they're starting to ask for more money. Then you'll see stuff like this pop up. But when you see stuff like this pop up, and he's playing for the New England Patriots, when you play for a team like this, they tend to sweep your dirt under the rug. He's doing well. He's helping Drake May get some good numbers. Drake May is basically on his way to becoming one of America's, favorite, superheroes. When you have a guy like this that's helping you out, even if he's off the chain, they usually sweep the dirt. They usually sweep those kind of guys, their dirt under the rug. Now, you have all these people coming forward when they're looking at the evidence, when they're analyzing the situation, particularly when I analyzed it and I saw particularly the part where the woman, she went straight to the police because she caught a nail. Let's keep it a buck. But she wasn't going to press charges. And then there was a week gap period where the private chef, she wasn't going to press charges. Then she just decides to press charges after receiving a quote unquote threatening phone call from Cardi B. And it says girlfriend, but we all know it was Cardi B. And what Cardi B said to her was, look, this was no big deal. What he did to you was no big deal. So that's basically her admitting that Stefan Diggs did choke her. Now we know what the reason is, or what the alleged reason is. She probably does. She decided, allegedly, in my opinion, to keep Stefan Diggs' kid, because we already know how this works. Whenever these hoes are dealing with a man that has multiple kids from multiple different situations, for some reason, these hoes line up to be baby mama number 7, baby mama number 8. They don't care. They want to be they want to be part of the harem. So now it all makes sense. So now, and I don't know if people don't know, maybe is Dave Portnoy a Patriots fan? I don't know. He comes across as a sleazeball Patriots fan. No disrespect to the Patriots fans, but he comes across like that. So for him to come to his defense, for a guy like Dave Portnoy to come to his defense, okay, I'm like, all right, he's guilty. Yeah, he did strangle the bitch. Now he wasn't. I don't think Stephon Diggs was trying to kill the bitch. I don't think that. But yeah, he tried to strangle the bitch. But the reason why he tried to strangle the bitch, because he found out that she's like, I'm not getting an abortion. I'm not getting a baby deletion. Stephon Diggs snapped. He was like, nah, you ain't keeping this one. Right. Anyways, let me read some of these chats. Shout out to Pyro for checking in. Dama7752 said, I stopped going to church when they started saying I was the problem. I'm not paying for someone to hate on me about how God wants me to be a slave. What are your thoughts on modern church? Church is full of hoes. And I'll say this, people have warned me when I was a kid about this, but it's very clear now. Like, it's churches, especially now, it's kind of always been like that, but it was kind of kept on the low. It wasn't something that was like well said. But especially nowadays, church is just a rest haven for hoes. And it really started low key in the black community, where basically you'd have these prostitutes, or these people, these women that run the streets for years, and then they come into the church. And or on top of that, you'll have these former pimps, players, or Mac daddies, and former drug dealers, and all these people, they end up, going to church in their older years, looking for redemption, or gay men trying to pray the gay out of their trying to pray the gay away. And then those are the type of men you would see in church. So like, church is like a rest haven for degenerates, or quote unquote former degenerates, right? Closeted secularists, I like to call them, right? So church is not a place where you find a wife, not in 2026 and beyond. And it's only going to get worse from here. So that is my opinion on the modern church. Modern church is a joke, bro. It's just, I don't care what denomination, mind you, particularly when you're talking about the American church. Pyro said, Chris, he said, Chris, why did I look up Lily Phillips and she's getting the R. Kelly special? Yep. Yeah. Well, because what they're seeing, they're seeing these thoughts. It's the easiest thing for them to do. They hit 28, they hit 29, or they hit 30, then they miraculously get baptized, they get saved, and then they find a simp, and then they move on. You saw it with Nala Ray, right? It's the easiest hustle. It's the easiest hustle. Let me see if I can find the specific one when they were talking about They said Patriots receiver Diggs, 32, is accused of slapping and choking his chef during a financial argument at his residence. Yeah, I believe he did that. He did that. I believe he slapped the bish, and I believe he had her at a strangle point. I believe that. I believe it, especially because when they mentioned about that phone call from the quote unquote girlfriend, but they didn't want to say the name, but it's clearly Cardi B, clearly, right? But that's what happens when you're like protected, or you're part of the New England Patriots, or you're part of one of these teams, like one of these teams that are supposed to do well, that are good for the public image, like teams like the Patriots, right, the Boston Celtics. If you have a ninja on there doing well and he's doing dirt, they're gonna hide it. They hit people think that. Let me give you an example. Antonio Brown has been crazy. He just didn't. People always say, oh, the hit. He got hit, and then he got the ever since that hit versus the Bengals in 2016. Ever since that hit he took, he's been crazy ever since. No, he's always been a whole ass nigga, man. People just didn't pay attention. I like AB has been noted for doing wild, reckless stuff even before that hit. I used to talk about it with my friends and all this. He's like, I'm like, first of all, this man is not normal. If he score a touchdown and he's twerking, what kind of grown man is going to be twerking? I've seen like even like the posts that he would make with his kids and his white baby mom at the time. Like I was like, this dude, he's always been a weirdo. He's always been a weirdo. And there were already rumblings from his days in college of the stuff that he did when he was in I think Central Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. Let me search up the college he was at. He was like, I think he was at Central Michigan. Antonio Brown College. Yes, University of Central Michigan. There was already rumblings of like stuff that he did. Even I'm talking about before 2016. So, but like I said, during that time, he was Ben Roethlisberger's boy. He was his guy. And Ben Roethlisberger was well protected in the media, not only in the media, but in the Pittsburgh market, even with the allegations that came with him. He was well protected in the market. And when you're well protected, whoever your friends are tend to be well protected, or the people that you like, the people that are in your circle, they tend to be protected as well. And AB was helping Ben prolong his career, so he was protected. Mind you, let me give you another name real quick. Let me give you another name that people don't even think about. Julian Edelman I'll say is, because I've witnessed this. I've witnessed this in person. This guy, he's wild. Julian Edelman in his playing days, even post playing days, is wild. But he's Tom Brady's boy, so he can basically get away with whatever. People think it's just about race. No, if you're people forget, like Randy Moss was known as this problem child, but it all got swept under the rug when he helped Brady break all those records. A lot of these things is just you hiring the right PR team, the right this, the right that, and your image could be just floss. The Unwelcome Party said these stars, while they're hot, get PR protected no matter the sport until their value is not there anymore. This should be simple. This should be common sense, but a lot of people, they still don't get it. The reason why, like look at what happened this week. The whole week it was just Lamar Jackson slander. They're saying that he wasn't hurt. They were saying that he was sleeping. Mind you, none of this was true. People picked up that story from a journalist from the Baltimore area who was not even respected I'm talking about the public doesn't even respect the journalists. That's how you know that journalist is bad. Like when the sports journalists and even the local media, they don't even respect him. That's how you know that dude's a sleazeball. This guy's name is Mike Preston. Just posts a fake story on Lamar Jackson's. I'm talking about like just fake allegations so bad. I started wondering. I was like, did Harbaugh plant the story so he can just motivate his team for this Sunday? That's how bad like the lies and the allegations were, right? So much smoke for Lamar this week, but nothing about Diggs. And this situation has been going on the whole month of December, but it's coming out right now. That's how you know people were trying to cover this up. I was like, okay. They were really trying to cover this up. But the reason why Lamar Jackson gets the slander that he does, people just think it's just about race. It is part of it, but what people don't understand is this: Lamar Jackson, he doesn't have an agent. His agent is his mom. So that money that he makes, none of it is going back into the system. He's making all that money. There's no small hat person in his business. So you'll hear a whole lot of bunch of nothing news from Lamar. But the reason why is because he doesn't have an agent. He doesn't have a PR team. His agent is his mom. Pyro says, can you get into trouble for posting fake posts on Lamar? No. Now, if you post some fake news on Tom Brady, you can get fired. Right? Remember the one guy that was talking about Tom Brady's daughter? He called his daughter he called Tom Brady's daughter a pissant. He got fired from that radio station. There's consequences for that. There's certain people you can talk on. People think it's not just about race. It's about your representation, what agency you're signed to. Certain people, you'll be like, why does this guy defend this guy and blah blah blah? Then you find out they got the same agent. Oh, okay, this makes sense. All of that is just agencies, entertainment, PR. That's all that is. And seeing what's happening with Stephon Diggs, I'm like, oh, I think there's a lot of truth to this. Because especially when I'm looking at the situation, I'm like, oh, okay. This is starting to make sense to me. Because I'm putting the pieces together and I'm like, oh, I think he did that. Now, mind you, this is one of the rare times, like I told you, most of the times when bitches be putting allegations out, they be capping. Now, usually a chick in her situation, the private chef, usually they put a fake SA case. But in this case, she put a potential just domestic case in terms of he put his hands on me. And she wasn't even going to do that at first, which leads me cause to pause. I'm like, oh, what happened? Then I see the Cardi B intervention. And I'm like, okay, there might be truth to this. And on top of that, the Patriots can't afford the bad PR right now. They're back. They're back. This is what people want to talk about. The Dallas Cowboys is America's team. No, it's the New England Patriots. That's America's team. If you help the Patriots, if you've been a part of that Patriots, if you've done your whatever dirt you do, they'll cover it for you. If you play for the Boston Celtics, Boston Red Sox, right? They'll sweep it under the rug for you. It's a game, man. It's just a game. Let me see this real quick. Let me see if I can, because I still have time. I don't know why they don't want to bring up the private chef and her information. Stephon Diggs, private chef. Here we go. Okay, now we starting to get the profiles. Here we go. Boston. Should I take Boston 25 News or US Weekly? We'll go Boston 25 News. I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. But yeah, they don't even want to put her face out there. Patriots wide receiver accused of assaulting and strangling his personal chef. Records obtained by Boston 25 show text messages between Diggs and the alleged victim, showing the two arguing over money. So I showed you that last stream. Yet the alleged dispute happened the day after the Patriots beat the Giants. The incident was reported in person at Dedham Police December 16th. So I showed you that the leaked screenshots of the Dedham Police paperwork, and I read from that. They said, yeah, but then she wasn't officially charged. She wasn't officially charged. Sorry, she didn't put the charges in until a week after. So it was like it was the 23rd of December. Then she wanted to press charges, and that was after she got the voicemail from Cardi B. She pulled Cardi B. She pulled a Joy Taylor. It's funny to me. You know, these are the women that women love to uplift. You know, the feminists. Like, out of all the women to promote their excellence, why why the hoes? Why the ones that promote 304ism? These are the ones they want to lift in the air. And then once you look at their background, you'll see them being more misogynist than the men. Cardi B called her and basically threatened her. This ain't no big deal. Why are you making this a big deal than it is? That means something serious happened. She's panicking if she's going, because that's a reckless move right there to make a phone call, a record, because everything's recorded. To call some random biche that your man invited, and then you're personally making that phone call. That means it was a lot more serious than it is, and it was a potential PR nightmare for Cardi B. That's all I needed to see right there for me. But I always wondered, obviously the strangulation didn't happen out of nowhere. So I was like, okay, bitch, what did you do? What happened? Did you not want to leave? Now I'm starting me starts to thinks that Diggs knocked you up and you thought it would be cute. You try to be cute and say, "Oh, I'm finna keep this kid on him." That's not smart. That's not a smart idea, man. But this is why, even when she said, what did she say? She said, "I'm out of your life," right? Or something of that manner. I'm out of your life. That's how you know they had some kind of a sexual relationship. By the way, a personal, private, living chef. We already know what that is. Anybody with two eyes, they know that they were in some kind of a sexual relationship. Okay, so they say Diggs denies the allegations, and in court, attorneys for Diggs said, from their perspective, this is a financial dispute in which the complainant has made a financial offer for resolution. If Diggs is put on the commissioner's exempt list, it could be a lengthy process. However, at this time, the Patriots are publicly supporting Diggs. Yeah, he's guilty. There's usually these dudes be distancing. They distance themselves when it'll be especially if it's especially if it's a grape allegation, the players will distance themselves from the player, or the team will distance themselves to be like, well, that's between the player and the complainant. But like I said, Diggs is he's a valuable asset in not only for the Patriots, but basically in the state of Massachusetts. So they're going to back him for now. For now, they're backing him for now, right? They said the veteran wide receiver. Oh no, they said something else. They said if Diggs is put on the commissioner's exempt list, it could be a lengthy process. However, at this time, the Patriots are publicly supporting Diggs. Diggs categorically denies the allegations. We support Stefan. We will continue to gather. Shoot. We will continue. I just realized I might have misspelled Stefan Diggs' name wrong the whole time. Okay, it says we will continue to gather information and will cooperate fully with the appropriate authorities and the NFL as necessary. They continue. The veteran wide receiver is currently scheduled to be arraigned on Friday, January 23rd, just 2 days before the AFC Championship game is scheduled to be played. And who's to say they'll even make it that far anyways, but whatever. I just do find it interesting that there was more Lamar Jackson slander than Stefan Diggs slander. And Lamar Jackson literally did nothing. He literally did nothing but get hurt. You know, but that's what happens when you don't have representation. That's what happens when you don't got the right agents. But anyways, anywho, right? Oh, let me see. Oh, they got a video. Let's see what the Boston media put out on the video. Let me look at the video first. Let's see what they got. This is, and mind you, this is the Boston. This is the Boston news, so it might be a bit biased.
Well, a shakeup for the Patriots. One of their top wide receivers facing criminal charges for an alleged assault of his personal chef. Stefan Diggs denying the claims that he strangled the woman.
The team is holding their first media availability since the accusations were made.
Oh, hold on. Let's fix this resolution real quick. Let's fix this. Here we go. Now let's press play.
Public. The Patriots, they are set to play their final game of the season this week and then begin their playoff push. Boston 25 News reporter Ryan Breslin is live in Dedham this morning. And Ryan, this looks like it started with a dispute over money.
Kelly and Nicole, yeah, that's right. The police report indicating that alleged incident happened right here at Stefan Diggs' home in Dedham. Over the last hour, we have seen 2 cars sitting, idling outside of the home. Now, the alleged victim telling police that she worked as a private chef for Diggs. She says that she was assaulted on December 2nd during a dispute over unpaid wages. That woman alleges that Diggs struck her in the face and then placed her in a chokehold before throwing.
Okay, they got to stop showing NFL highlights. And so we really have to here we go.
Dispute which the complainant has made a financial offer for a resolution. Boston 25 legal expert Peter Elkin weighs in.
We can't jump to any conclusions here. There is a presumption of innocence for everyone.
He's guilty. Why? You see how they're like now they want to give a brother a chance. Now they want to be like, well, guys, there's a presumption of innocence. Bruh. Now, mind you, I don't even really think in a situation like that, I'm not saying he was quote unquote wrong per se, but I'm just saying whatever the private chef said that Diggs did to her, I believe her. I believe her. The thing though she was missing is she needed to add, I told him that I was keeping his kid and then he lost his shit. She needs to include that. That's the thing that's probably going to that would, if she told the whole truth, that would help her out in the public eye.
And Nobody can call anybody guilty just because they're simply charged with an offense. So we really have to see that play out and wait and see what that brings.
The New England Patriots released a statement saying Diggs has informed the organization that he categorically denies the allegations. They say that they support S.W.A.P Diggs and will continue to gather information and cooperate fully with the appropriate authorities and the NFL as necessary. Now, Diggs is due back in court for an arraignment on January 23rd. A judge is considering extending that request until March. For now, we are live in Dedham. Ryan Breslin for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Really looking good at attached too, and then up here into Western Maine, Sunday River doing very well. So is
Okay, good. But you look at the language that they use. This is beyond me. This is beyond me, man. This is crazy work when you think about it. This is crazy work. But hey, it is what it is, man. This is crazy work. Anyways, let's get into this list here. Let's get into this list. Let's get into this list. Let me see if I can take this off the screen and into normalcy. Right? So there's been a lot of candidates, particularly this year. There's been a lot of people that you can put for top 10 simp of the year, right? I've seen other people's lists, and I understand where they're coming from. They brought up some obscure people that I completely forgot about. But I think this list, the people that you see on my list, I'm not saying it's better than everybody else's list. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, the people that you see on my list, these are the people that think that they can beat the game. I have a huge problem with people that think it's not going to happen to them, or if I just do it like this. No. You can tell the way that they were acting, the way they ran their program. They thought they were bigger than the game. And the mentality that they had, or the way that they were operating, these were people that were warned, or they saw plenty of examples of people in their position get destroyed, yet they still thought they were above the program, right? So this is where we come in. Top 10 simps of the year. Let's see if I can put this as a ticker at the bottom. Let's see if I can do that. Can I add that as a ticker at the bottom? Here we go. Top 10 simps of the year. We can put that at the bottom. Shout out to Midnight Sun. It says, greetings, everyone. Happy New Year. May good changes come to you. May good health and success be with you. May all Father walk besides you. Salute. Shout out to you. Thank you. Same to you. Oh, I'll say this. Unwelcome Party says Shannon Sharp needs to be top 3 for not listening to Cat. Hey, I'll say this. Shannon Sharp was plenty warned, but he's part of that mentality. He has that mentality, and it's going to be a lot of other people that I put on this list that suffer from that same mentality that Shannon Sharp did, because people thought there's going to be some people that I put on there. They thought, oh, it's because Shannon Sharp was messing with a white woman that happened to him. And some of the people that I'm going to put on this list, it was the same exact thing that happened to them, is just with a black woman, right? So a lot of people still didn't really get where Cat Williams was coming from, because Cat Williams wasn't just warning Shannon Sharp. He was warning a lot of people. Cat Williams was just explaining the game. He was just explaining. That's what Cat Williams, he'll show you what the game is. It's just people won't, they won't listen. Like Cat Williams wasn't the only one that pulled Diddy's card. It's been plenty of people that have been pulling Diddy's card. Plenty. He's Cat Williams, one of these people, he's just gonna give you the game. And it's just up to you to listen to it. But we'll see. We'll see. Because I'll say this, Shannon Sharp, he might or might not be on the list. I can't give you much more. But I'll say this: people with his mentality, they're on the list. Now, oh man, so let me see. I see this guy right here. Watkins. Shout out to B. Watkins. Shout out to him. He said, I bet it will be the usual suspects of simping. Walsh, Knowles. He's talking about the other conservative dude. Wilson, Sharp, Akash, etc. All weak men who only know how to worship Puniti. Russell Wilson he's not going to be on this list, but he is on the S.W.A.P list. So we'll go into the S.W.A.P list after the top 10 list. Russell Wilson's on a different list. He's on the S.W.A.P list, right? With a whole lot of people. But Russell Wilson is already a well-known simp. We already know what's going to happen to him. But we're talking about for the year of 2025. For the year of 2025, right? Yeah, shout out. Yeah, it looks like the war band is heavy in the chat. So shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. I don't take y'all for granted, man. Thank you, man. But let's hit up number 10, Piers Morgan. And this is kind of going to be a bit of a quick run through. I like to say a quick run through, right? So number 10, Piers Morgan, right? So Piers Morgan, for the people that don't know, this is a commentator, right? Let me see if I can share his picture. Let me share his profile. Okay. He's a well-known commentator. He likes to play the contrarian role, right? But recently he did an interview with Nick Fuentes, calling him a virgin, hinting at him possibly being rainbow community, which I don't disagree. But it's interesting. After that interview, people started looking into his dirt. And they found out that his wife literally belongs to the streets. They showed posts of his wife basically embarrassing him. I'm talking about many posts of him basically being cucked by his wife. And he probably is a cuck, right? But when you have people like this making fun of the Nick Fuentes people of the world, right? The Myron Gaines of the world, all you do is amplify a guy like Nick Fuentes. You're calling him a virgin, but he's literally a Catholic, right? Or he's standing on his religion. You're calling him a virgin, but he's literally famous. He can get a bitch. He just doesn't want one, right? For whatever reason that might be. Maybe he's gay. I don't know. Maybe he's this, maybe he's that, or blah, 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 and all of that. And the funny thing to me is this. They want the average men to hate on Nick Fuentes, and then they say, well, he's racist. No, it's not about the racism. That's cap. It's what he said. It's the things that he says about women. His opinions on women. That's really what it is. That's what it's all about. There's plenty of people. There's a lot of people, especially in the media, that has Nick Fuentes. Like they won't say that they're racist, but they will do things, and you're just like, whoa. Mind you, a lot of the people that I've seen stand on their racism, but then I look at their friends in real life, it's actually more diverse than the person calling that person a racist. So I've seen that in real life as well. But let's make no mistake about it. Piers Morgan attacked Nick Fuentes and his way of thinking due to his opinions on women and where women should be and what women should do. And he went with the usual attacking points. What did women do to you? The usual shaming tactics. Oh, you must be gay. You must be this. The same shaming tactics that a woman would use. Just to find out, now you're going to have the Nick Fuentes supporters and all these people come and look at your profile, and they're looking at, wait, your wife did this? Your wife said this? Bruh. Exactly. Shout out to B. Watkins. He says, if you are against women and taking away their voting, black supremacists, white supremacists, Latino supremacists will gang up on you and try to destroy you because they all worship women. I mean, I remember this one guy, particularly on Twitter. I couldn't believe it when I saw this dude he's more like alt-right, I guess, according to him. Most of his content is what ninjas are doing, right? The average, Twitter conservative. Then it was this one chubby white bitch was complaining about this dude ghosting her because she was a lot fatter than what the dude thought. And that same dude came to the defense of her. And I was like, are you kidding? I was like, what? Out of all the things I'm like, this is the line that you draw. How about this here? You'll have, I remember this one Indian dude that's on Twitter. This dude decided to stop watching Nick Fuentes because he made one comment about Indian food. And that was the final straw. I don't know what the conservative commentator's name was. I'm like, so that was the final straw for you? Out of all the things that Nick Fuentes has said about the small hats, this, that, and now but what he said about Indian, that was because you're Indian and now you draw the line, right? Come on. This is what we're doing. Like this is the nonsense that I'll be seeing on Twitter. But at the end of the day, if you go to any of these things, if you say anything wrong about what women are doing or what they're not doing, if you are a black man and you say something about black women, they're gonna say you hate your mama. If you are, people say they'll talk about white supremacists, but a lot of these white supremacists, they don't even have American white wives because American white women are really just they're really bad. Like in terms of just being abusive, right? So you can't even talk about white women when it comes to the white supremacists. Latino women tend to get a pass for some weird reason for their abusive practices. But anytime you try to mention women in general, particularly in America, them being abusive, them gaming the system, them using the system against their men, them abusing their kids, etc., you will be ousted from that group. Even though that's the problem, that's the main problem. And people are just wondering why people are not making families. Men are hesitant to be married, but nobody's going to address the big elephant in the room, relationships, particularly with the opposite sex. But if you're a person that calls into question that, you're going to be ousted. Everything else you say is fine. But everything else you say is fine. You just can't talk about that. And you can't talk about the small hats. But anyways, yeah, he's number 10. He's definitely number 10. B. Watkins says the question is, what women haven't done against us? LMAO, they sell out their men for opportunities to chase Chad. And even if they get Chad, it doesn't stop them from saying, I'm not happy. It still doesn't stop them. He says you can get a white supremacist and black supremacist to agree and find common ground if you talk smack about their queens and talk about removing their voting rights. He says you can get a white supremacist. Oh, my bad. I was about to repeat it. To be fair, most Indian food looks gnarly. Yeah, body counts higher than their credit score. Facts. Or I'll say something simple like, number one red flag in a woman is if they went to college. And you'll have dudes of all races, mind you. What, you want a woman that's a dummy? No, I'm just telling you all the things that you guys don't like, right? All the things that you guys don't like about women: high body counts, divorce, potential divorce, literally all the things that you don't want the woman to do to you, most likely is going to happen to you by that woman if she stayed on a college campus. If she stayed, I don't care if she dropped out, if she stayed on college campus for a significant amount of time. If she went to college. Now, if she drove to college and went back home, that might be a little bit different. Like if she went to community college and then came back home, that might be different. That might be a girl on her hustle, right? But I'm talking about if she stayed on campus. I've told you guys plenty of times where I knew girls personally. They lived 20 minutes from the campus and they still convinced their dads, their so-called base dads, right, to stay on campus. They live 20 minutes away or 30 minutes away. You can drive home and save a significant amount of money. Nope. You see, the Unwelcome Party says they don't have the mechanics to keep a chat if they wanted to in America, and that's all racist. Facts. You'll have like some of the lucky chicks, they'll somehow can get a Chad to commit, but it'll only be temporary. It'll only be it'll literally be like a month or two relationship, 2 months tops, right? Because their mothers didn't give them the tools, or their grandmothers didn't give them the tools to keep a man. Their grandmothers and their mothers told them that the man is supposed to be catering to you until they get their dream man and they're realizing, shoot, I have literally zero tools. So they'll be desperate. All of a sudden, they'll be like, I gotta learn how to cook. I gotta do this. Or it'll be a bitch that never cooked for none of the men in her life, and now she's trying to cook for that man, and that's gonna be a disaster because you have no practice. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I've been saying. Look at B. Watkins' comment right here. He says, "To be fair, while it might be anecdotal from my experiences and what I have seen, based quote unquote base dads are overly harsh with their sons and spoil rotten their daughters and are just superficially strict." Facts. That's what I've seen the same exact. I've seen the same exact thing. Like, oh my god, that's what I've seen too. Yeah, you can say it's anecdotal. I've seen the exact. That's been my experience too. The the so-called conservative dads or the base dads or the you know, and then their daughters be acting the biggest fools on college campus. The biggest fools. And oh man, if their dads knew, like I knew dads, they literally would put the Ring camera on their like, because like after a certain, like if you're like a sophomore or older, or if you're a junior and older, you got to get like a separate camp, like you got to stay on a separate dorm room from the freshmen and the sophomores, and you got to pay for it, or you got to pay extra for it. So I knew like one girl, she had a Ring door camera. The dad force that on her, but she was still sneaking ninjas. She was still sneaking ninjas in. She found a way. She found a way. They really think they're doing something, but they're not. they're not. I always say this, like this thing where dads give their daughters princess treatment. I don't believe in that. I really don't believe in princess treatment. I just really believe if you have kids, whether you have a son or daughter, you raise them the same. Now, obviously, they got biological differences, but you have to make sure she earns her keep, he earns her keep. You can't be giving any preferential treatment. You give preferential treatment to the kids that are doing what they're supposed to do. That's what I believe in, right? Whether it be the son or the daughter, if you're getting good grades, if you're being respectful, you reward good behavior. You don't give preferential or princess treatment. That's just my belief. Because I've seen the ones where the daughters actually act right, their dads didn't really give them princess treatment. They were just like, look, it's either you do good or you do bad. You got to earn your keep. So those are the girls that even if they are hoes, they'll be around certain women. They'd be like, man, what's wrong with these bitches? Like, for real, what the fuck? Right? That's just been my experience. This whole this princess treatment. Oh, I'm gonna give my daughter princess treatment. So nobody's that doesn't work. That's just I don't think princess treatment works. The ones where you actually have productive daughters out there and they're doing things, even in the workforce, you'll have certain women that are good in the workforce. That's because their dads didn't give them princess treatment. People think it's because she was raised around all men. No, that's not it. It's just their dads didn't give them princess treatment and their brothers didn't give them princess treatment, right? So you actually, as a person, you're a person. You're not a princess. You're not a this. You're a person. I got to do this so I can get that. I got to actually do things. I got to earn my keep, right? Now, I believe if you do it like that, and then like say like later on, you'll still like you can still keep the daughter at the house like at age 21, but like after like a certain age, you have to make sure she's productive and ready to leave the house, right? You can't have her still at the house at like 23, 24. But there's obviously certain exceptions to certain rules, but I just believe that princess treatment, that's not it. You reward good behavior, whether it be your son or your daughter. That's just my opinion on that, So even dads are expecting male roommates to make sure she doesn't bring in any ninjas or brads, but it doesn't work. But anyways, let's move on. Oh, where's my phone? Here we go. Holy cap. All right, so number 9. So sorry, we had number 10, Piers Morgan, right? So let's take that off the stage. Right? Number 9, we have Mr. S.W.A.P. Diggs, right? I hope I'm spelling his name right because I don't think I actually spelled his name right. Let me see this. S.W.A.P. Diggs. Yeah, it's with one F. It's with one F. So let me edit that real quick. Here we go. Mr. S.W.A.P. Diggs, right? Now, just because you get a lot of hoes doesn't mean you're not a simp. And the reason why I am calling out S.W.A.P. Diggs is you have certain men that are out here where they have no sexual discipline. People think it was Shannon Sharp. No, S.W.A.P. Diggs. S.W.A.P. Diggs has zero sexual discipline. And from what I've seen from him, he is a sexual deviant. Now, yes, he's quote unquote using Cardi B for clout. He is using her for clout, so it is helping him in the marketing sense. Yes. But at what cost? You're willing to, because at the time that he was sleeping with Cardi B, she was pregnant. She was like, I'm talking about months in pregnant, and you was smashing her. Like, bro, the deaths, like, how far are you gonna go for that? Like, but Stefon Diggs, he's had multiple accusations about him being a dog, him being no good, even from his former teammates, him being a dog. He's had down low allegations on him being a down low ninja. And that's what happens when you got these dudes out here, these sexual deviants. They'll mess with a man or two on the low and they won't say nothing, right? The R. Kellys of the world, the Diddy's of the world, these are sexual deviants. Yes, they get a lot of hoes, but they are sexual deviants. So even if there are when I even start hearing certain men being attached to you, that tells me all I need to know about you, right? He's had how many baby mom? Yeah, he impregnated. What's it? I think while with Cardi B, impregnated like 5 or 6 different women. Because they're not it's not only just the private chef that I think that he impregnated, but there's another influencer that just came out. I think her name is Elira Lopez or something. She's saying that Stefon Diggs is the father to my to my kid right now. That hasn't been born yet. So if you're operating like a Stefon Diggs I'm talking about you're impregnating just women I'm talking about with no plan at all, you're gonna get yourself into trouble. This is a man with no discipline, but guys like Stefon Diggs, they gave him a pass, particularly black women. They gave him a pass because he was with Cardi B. Oh, so they weren't making him the poster child of, not having sexual discipline. But to me, I've been warning people about Stefon Diggs for a minute now. He's one of those rare dudes where I'm like, okay, this dude got to chill. Because he's going to get himself into some crazy situations if he doesn't chill out. But he's one of those dudes. He's one of those dudes. I remember Pyro was on that panel, and I was trying to tell him, like, he's one of those dudes where Cardi B needs to be careful with this ninja. He's one of those dudes that he's going to burn you. He's going to come back with an STD or two, or he's going to give you something that you can't get rid of. He's one of those type of deviants. Right? The women love him, but he's a deviant, right? So, and now when you're looking at what he put himself in, hiring a private personal chef with a BBL. I mean, are you kidding me? You're just asking for trouble. But we already know why you did that. But and then on top of that, you skeeting inside all of these broads. I mean, what did you think was gonna happen? And then you gonna lose your cool on her because she's going to decide to keep your kid. Of course she's going to keep your kid. Of course. And then now you even got like other people coming out and they're saying that because of those down low allegations from that man, I forgot I think his name was like Chris Blake or something. They're saying that you're impregnating all these women so you can cover up for you being down low. And look, it's not far off. It's not a far off accusation. It's not a far off theory, because one of the main symptoms of a down low man is a guy. He'll be like in a situation and he'll be impregnating all these women, not sleeping with all this. Just I'm talking about taking it the extra step. Impregnating them and say, look, I have a kid on the way. I'm not down low. But like I said, you got sexual deviants like a Stefon Diggs, Trey Songz, another well-known sexual deviant. It's one of the entertainment's like not well kept secret about Trey Songz and how he operates, right? If you're operating like that, you're gonna get burned. What's another man in this manosphere? What's his name? The lifestyle guy. John, I think it's his name, like John B. Anthony Lifestyle. I don't know what his name is. The guy that that admitted that he slept with trannies. Like, this is what happens when you're just full out reckless with your sexual discipline, right? Let me look at some of these comments. Let me look at some of these comments. Okay, and also, if you guys do have some names, like right here. So the bald eagle, right? I'm gonna just call you that, bald eagle. He said, "Is the French prime minister on the list?" Well, he could qualify as an honorable mention. He could qualify as an honorable mention. Now, like I know I added Stefan Diggs here, and he's had some down low allegations on him. But a lot of the guys, I'll leave. Like, the reason why I don't take Will Smith to task or a Dwayne Wade to task, because I think these guys are just straight, like they're full blown closeted homos, in my opinion. Will Smith, Dwayne Wade, who's another one? Yeah, but like specifically those two, Will Smith and say especially Dwayne Wade, I think these are like full blown closeted individuals. So I don't really look at them as simps. They're just dudes in the closet, like heavy in the closet. But if you guys do have a name, so I don't know if the French prime minister, because weren't they saying that the French prime minister, his wife is a man, allegedly, according to Candace Owens. So that would just make him part of the rainbow community, right? But he would qualify as an honorable mention. He would qualify as that. Yep. Watkins says, I think at least 90% of any sport organization is full of simps. Chad and Tyrone cannot control their biology, and they do dumb things. I agree with that. Because I remember I did the thing on Stafford, right? Matt Stafford, when I made the episode on him. And what people don't understand is Chads and Tyrones, they can be greedy. They can be greedy. Even though they get all the hoes, they can be greedy. And they can get infatuated with a bitch that's not quote unquote bowing down to him, right? So even though they have an abundance of hoes, they'll get caught up with a woman that's, giving him a hard time. That's why you'll have certain broads. They'll come on TikTok and they'll say, "Oh yeah, you got to give them a hard time." That's what they respond to. That's because they only mess with Chads, right? Or they mess with Chads that have serious entitlement issues. So that kind of game will work on them. But a lot of these athletes, a lot of them, but particularly when you talk about like the Chads, the Tyrones, the Garcias, right? The Lees. I don't know what would be like an Asian Chad, right? The Bens. They're usually called Ben. Other worlds. They can get greedy and they can get themselves caught up in nonsense. Even though they get plenty of hoes, they can get greedy. They can have like 10, like their rosters, like it's like 10 broads is on their roster, and then they'll lose like one, and then they'll lose their mind and they'll get emotional. Right? Oh man. The Unwelcome Party said, I agree. The athletes, just because they can get a sub-5 in a 40-yard with a Roman build doesn't mean that they shouldn't learn their MEVP or control their biology. But then on top of that, because remember, when you're dealing with these athletes, they're working out basically every day, all the time. So their testosterone is literally at a level it's not even people wouldn't understand unless if you've been there. So like even like remember when they had that broad, she said like I took like a little bit of testosterone when I was working out and I just wanted to fuck everything. But now imagine that times a million and then it just never stops. And then on top of that, you're a pro athlete and you're working out all the time. It's basically you're gonna fuck something. You're gonna fuck something. This is why I like when Tim Tebow was saying I was a virgin in college. Nah, I you fucked something, bro. Maybe it wasn't a woman. I don't know. I don't. Let me not go there. But you fucked something, man. You fucked something. But anyways, he says because a lot of athletes who do have longevity take care of themselves, avoid the vices, or keep them private and focus at the test. Yeah, the smarter athletes, they don't DM the bish. They have somebody else DM the bishes for them, or they have somebody else doing the recruitment, right? Leonardo DiCaprio, what he does, he has his bodyguard. He's not an athlete, but I'm just saying, Leonardo DiCaprio, he'll have his security team or whatever. They pick the broads, and then they'll line them up, and then Leonardo DiCaprio goes, okay, you, not you, and then they sign NDAs, and then he makes sure they're all paid for, right? And that's kind of how he runs his program. LeBron James, same. He does it exactly like that. Who else? But yeah, the like the better athletes, the ones, but the ones that are usually doing the best, that are doing better than the rest, those are the ones usually that are disciplined, that understand how to control themselves, right? So they don't get themselves caught up in nonsense. Yep. They said a lot of these dudes in Hollywood are closeted. There's rumors that DiCaprio is in the closet. That wouldn't surprise me. That was because it's Hollywood, man. It's Hollywood. Waskin says, I always find it ironic that in old cinema, dudes like Alan Dillon and Bjorn Anderson, these dudes who are pretty boys, have androgynous features, weren't gay, while the dudes who were more rugged were. Yeah, facts. It was a lot of those dudes that really represented masculinity. Those were the those were the gayest ones. Meanwhile, Prince apparently was you're just like, how like the androgynous guy, they were the straightest ones for some weird reason. I don't know how it was like that. Yeah, he said, yeah, Prince. Yeah, Prince. Apparently he was, I'm talking about no down low rumors at all. And he was 5'3". So oh no. Yeah. Prince was 5'3". Prince was 5'3". Yeah. He was probably even 5'2". He always was wearing, because Prince was wearing heels. Prince was sitting there wearing, he was a grown man wearing heels. But yeah, Prince was 5'3" max. Right. So if they're listing you at 5'3", that means you're actually shorter than that. But shout out to Prince was actual, he was a dude. He was a dude's dude. As androgynous as he was as well. You know what I mean? So, the cookie, crumbles like that sometimes, anyways, man, let me see if let me write this down real quick. Let me write this down. But anyways, so yeah, number 9 is definitely Stefan Diggs. You guys, people talk about the guys that don't have discipline, and then they mention guys that just got robbed by chicks or by one chick. And those are just guys that were just trying to cheat the program. But Stefan Diggs is, Diggs, Trey Songz, Drake at one point was one of those guys. At one point, Drake was one of those guys. I don't think he's like that anymore, but I think he be painting his fingernails and all this. So I don't know what side he's on nowadays. So, oh yeah, R. Kelly, right? Diddy. Who else? Who else was like a sexual deviant on the low as a man? Oh, I gotta think. But yeah, like I'll say Stephon Diggs and Trey Songz and R. Kelly. These are three prime examples. Because where there's smoke, there's fire from those guys, right? So number 10 was Piers Morgan. Number 9 is Stephon Diggs. And 8. Oh man, people might not like this one though. People might not like this one, but I understand. I completely understand that they might not like this next one. But number 8 is Mr. Kai Cenat, right? So recently went through a breakup, but he was warned. He was warned. Let me give you an example. This is an example of a guy, right? Oh, hold on for a sec. Oh, I don't know why I did that. There was a timer on my scroller for some reason. My bad. But there was a time where he thought he was bigger than the program, right? He thought he met the one, right? Just for him to go on a mental health break because he probably looked into his phone. He probably looked into his girl phone and found out that he was getting played like a fool, right? Cenat talks about his girlfriend. Let me see if I can find that video where he was talking about his girl. Oh man, and you just see all the dudes just looking at him. Let me see if I can bring that up.
No cap, bro. Shout out to Miles. Shout out to Drummer.
Let me see if I can bring up when he brings the full squad in and he was talking about his girl. That's one of the funniest things I've seen in my life when they're just all looking at him like, oh man, he don't know. He don't know Gigi belongs to the streets. But it's a lot of dudes like that. You don't know her like I know her.
Nah, bro. What are you talking about? Tell him. Tell him what you told us.
Oh yeah. I got a girl, nigga.
What? No, you're lying. You're lying. Though.
I do. You're lying. I do.
Hold on. But like really like this is
locked in. Yes.
Do they know who?
I just told them. They just come. I just come here.
They know her name.
No, they probably.
How can we even meet her, bro?
Hold on, I just saw a couple of things here. Shout out to Garrett Grant in the chat. I saw something here. He says, speaking of Drake, I just heard he caught a RICO case with Aiden Ross. Literally came in. What? I've seen a lot of things already happening today. Like breaking news stuff that happened today. Oh my God. They said that she was with Young Boy, NBA Young Boy, right? Well, it hasn't been confirmed, but it's been put out there. It's been put out there. I will laugh though if it's completely true. I will laugh like a motherfucker if that's true. But it wouldn't surprise me. A girl like Gigi, he found her. She was a TikTok influencer. You can't keep a bitch like that. That bitch belonged to the game. You know, he thought he could just put the bitch under a program and keep her hold up. That's not gonna happen. She's gonna want to leave.
Bro, he
Yeah.
How come we ain't meet her?
Probably later my birthday, so she might come like
today.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, technically, I did meet her. I ain't saying
that.
Oh,
technically, he did meet.
I ain't saying that.
No, not meet her, but like
I see. Like we were on the same flight.
Yeah.
Bro,
it's her see me and him. It was the most craziest time ever.
Bro, no bullshit. That's what I'm telling you.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh Lord, have mercy. But we already talked about Kai Cenat ad nauseum, so I might have to skip forward. Let me see if I could skip forward. Let me see somebody give me the timestamp. Right here.
Gang, I was like living life, not looking for nobody, cause I done been through some shit.
You were scared, okay?
Yeah, I was scared, but it came out of nowhere, bro. Like, nigga, this shit. Like,
can we ask a question?
She that asked my best friend. Like, that's fine. Like, watching movies, like
hey,
that ass.
So like, how it happened?
He's not reading the room. They're low-key making fun of him, but warning him at the same time. If your boys is giving you a reaction like that, that means they already know who that broad is. But we already talked about Kai Cenat ad nauseum with that. So he lost his bish, and then he made that tweet. I'm never gonna be in a relationship again. So whatever he found on that phone, which was the breakup, it devastated him. Man, if most dudes find out what's on their girl's phone, it would literally ruin their life. This is when Blue Pill gets into the box, or if she says the right words, it activates. Yeah. What the thing with these dudes here is, and I said this in the Kai Cenat stream, you have to be honest with yourself as a man. Shout out to Lord Jamar. He said this when I was in high school, right? You got to be honest with yourself as a man. Look, would she be messing with me if I didn't have this paper, if I didn't have this status, if I didn't have this, or if I didn't have this job, or if I didn't have this promotion, or if I was a supervisor, or if I wasn't a supervisor, just a regular, would she be giving me these kind of choosing signals? Would she be doing this? Would she be doing that? You really got to be honest with yourself as a man. And when I'm looking at these streamers and how they do things and how they roll, it's clear that they haven't gotten the message yet. It's clear. But yeah, moving on from Kai, because I already did the whole stream on him. Okay. Now, moving on to number 7. But it's going to go up. It's going to go up. So number 7, we have Mr. Oh, hold on. Let me turn off the timer. Jesus Christ, man. I wish it was like automatically off. But anyways, Mr. Ty Lil, right? Recently, he just got in trouble, right? He had the girl, what's his name, Jordan Pauline, say that he did something to her, even though it was completely false. But the reason why I have to highlight him is we need to address this situation with ninjas in ninjadom right now, right? We need to address ninjadom. Hold on for a sec before I even address that. B. Watson says, I hate Bad Bunny because he is woke and all of that, but one of his songs does have a good point. They aren't with me because I'm Bad Bunny. They're with me because of what Bad Bunny makes, or something like that. Of course. But Bad Bunny's gay, so he hasn't come out the closet, but he's gay. That's a clear example of a rainbow boy. But anyways, back to Ty Lil. Ty Lil is the representation of the problem, what we have in ninjadom, where you have black men trying to circumvent the system They say they get a whole lot of hoes, and I be getting hoes, but a lot of these hoes are fat women that they don't even they wouldn't dare show in the streets. Bitches that they ran a train on with the homies that they wouldn't dare show in the streets. And then what they try to do, guys like a Ty Lil, they try to run game on prostitutes, right? Meaning this, they try to get free punani out of monetized women. So they try to they'll have a corn star or an industry girl or an OF model these are clearly monetized women, and they try to make them friends with benefits. And then when that doesn't work out, they try not to pay them. And this is how they get these allegations put on them, because they don't understand these are monetized women. So once they find out you're just trying to play them and you don't really care about them like that, right? What they're going to do, they're going to put that extortion fee. They're going to be like, okay, party's over. Party's over. You got to pay me. And what ninjas do is like, man, I ain't paying you. I ain't paying no 304, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then you're going to get an allegation put on you. Now, luckily for Ty Lil, that was a black girl. Luckily. Look, so unfortunately, the problem is because with black women, unfortunately, they tend to be the target of predators because black women are usually not believed when they say they are hurt or when they say they are a victim of something. They're usually not believed. So people were already kind of cautious on, okay, is she even telling the truth, right? And her claims and her actions after her claims were so bogus that nobody believes her anymore. But this could have ruined his career. This could have literally ruined his career. And this allegation is still going to be stuck on him. But at the same time, Ty Lil bears a lot of responsibility because you're messing with a monetized woman. This is a monetized woman. You need women like that. You pay them up front. But what a lot of black men do is they'll go after escorts or clearly monetized women and still try not to pay for it. They're trying to talk her out of her pants, and they can, because at the end of the day, they're still women. They got feelings and all this stuff. They're victims to, the quote unquote mouthpiece, right? They try to game these monetized women out of their pants. Once the monetized women pick up on what's going on, right? So in Jordan Pauline's case, she saw his phone ringing and she saw that he's still in contact with his girl, that his girlfriend still is his main girl. So she got tight about that. So she was like, oh, okay, you playing with me. She said that she made that realization after she saw that phone ring. So we already know what happened before that. Tyler was running that same that scammer game, right? Oh yeah, me and my girl, we she don't see me like you see me. You know what I'm saying? And I know that's my girl, but we taking a break right now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she cool. I mean, she not tripping. And, this is how ninjas be running game on. And the hoes, for some reason, they fall for this every single time, mind you. They fall for this every single time. So she found out that, now he's still with this girl and you're just a side piece. Then she turned right back into prostitute mode, which she already is. But she turned right back into prostitute mode and she was like, okay, you need to pay me this, right? She said $2,000, right? And what did the memo say? For playing with me. That's what it said in the memo. And Ty Lil said, man, I ain't finna pay you. Okay. I'm going to go on stream and do a fake cry and say that you essayed me. Right? So black men we have to stop doing this. Y'all got to stop doing this. Either mess with regular women, right? And then just deal with what comes with that. and understand side chicks are not, they don't want to stay side chicks no more. They want to be shown, right? So do that. Or if you are going to mess with a monetized woman, pay her up front. Don't play any games. Pay her up front. But, you know, it is what it is. But these people, they will be with an actual monetized woman and still trying not to. You might as well just mess with a regular broad. But they know there's so many risks with messing with a regular broad, so they try to circumvent the game by going with OF stars and porn stars who they're definitely gonna give it up because that's literally what they got famous for. But they think they can circumvent it by running game on them because they're the most insecure about themselves, and then be shocked when it backfires when they catch up to the game, right? But anyways, yeah, he says the issue is they try to get the 304s to play girlfriend for free when they are upfront about women, and then on top of it, they will have a main woman, and they'll try to run that game. And I'm like, bro, you that's gonna backfire on you. And anyway, that's on him though. That's on him. So I did the Ty Lil stream. So if you guys didn't see that, you guys can check that stream out. You can check that one out. But that's on him. Like guys like that, they got to learn the hard way. Oh man. But yeah, these are they'll brag about their body counts too. They'll brag. They'll swear they're getting broads. Or how about this? Let me before I even move on to the next one. Have you seen this ish where you'll have these dudes, these Riz channels? Have you seen these guys that wear their meta glasses and then they approach chicks? Have you seen these dudes? These dudes are the worst. The Riz channel, and then it's just them basically. And then now, I don't know if you've noticed this, they've been changing their strategy. They don't even go up to regular women anymore. What they do, they go up to older women. They're trying to riz up older women, like soccer moms. I'm like, y'all are pathetic, bro. Y'all try to riz up soccer moms and married, clearly taken older women. That's their new demographic that they're trying to target now. I'm like, y'all, bruh. Oh man. But anyways, we'll leave that alone because I have a whole opinion on that. But people gonna think I'm hating. But I be seeing these dudes. But anyways, so we got Piers Morgan 10. Oh yeah, 9 Stephon Diggs, 8 Kai Cenat. It's number 7 Ty Lil, and number 6. People might be shocked about this, but like I said, it's 2026. I need to start being more strict, right? So even though he got robbed, but it don't matter. Number 6, Shannon Sharp, Mr. Mr. Shannon Sharp himself, right? So everybody already knows what happened to Shannon Sharp. I'm not even going to put his face up there, right? So originally what I thought with him, I thought he paid the hoe. I thought he paid the OF broad. I thought he paid her. That's what I was assuming. He never paid for her. With his dumb ass. No, he tried to turn that situation into a friends with benefits situation. What Shannon Sharp should have done, you should have just been like, okay, this is my girlfriend. She does OF. You could have literally, there's a reason why. So remember when Jimmy Garoppolo was going out with that adult film star, like in public, as the 49ers quarterback. And people are like, why is he putting her out? Why is he out in public with her? As I see these cases continue to pile up, I see why he did that. In the year 2026, women are not satisfied with just sleeping with an athlete. All these hoes have Instagram. They all have access to these men. So now they're trying to take it up another level. They're not satisfied with just being around them or just being in their presence or just being an ornament on their Christmas tree. They want what they have. And if you're not going to give them what they want, they will take it from you. So Shannon Sharp thought he could just take this OF bish and not pay her. And this is a clearly monetized woman. She does OF. He thought he could just have a regular BDSM relationship with her and do all that nonsense with her and just still have her be in the background. That it's not in the year of our Lord 2026. Not in the year of our Lord. You can't do that. Once she picked up on game and she was like, okay, it's what did she say? 25K a cheek or something. She said something like that. 25K a cheek. And then now you ghosting her. Okay. Good luck with that. Now you just basically you just sealed your grave because you're dealing, because it's not just any other girl, it's a white girl. It's a young white girl, a 19 20 well, she was 19 at the time that he met her, but she still a 23-year-old white girl. Bro, you gonna lose your whole you go. I'm so happy that he has his own podcast and all this stuff because everything on TV that he lost it. Lost his First Take gig. He lost his potential $100 million deal to help sponsor his podcast. And no, she wasn't blonde, but still, it's a white girl. So now she's going to take that energy of, because she was a brunette. Yep, she was a brunette. So now she's going to take that energy of, because black women are going to be laughing at you. Black men are not going to defend you. Right? Even though it's fake, everybody knows it was a fake allegation, but they just want to see you destroyed because you were with a white girl. The dudes in power, or the white dudes in power, they're not finna have that at all, right? So you're fucked. So if you are in a situation where you're with a monetized young Caucasian girl, you need to be upfront. You need to literally be coming to her with a contract. literally with a paid contract. If you're not gonna introduce her to the world as your main girlfriend, because I already know you was running game on her, Mr. Shannon Sharp. You was running game on her, because the more that I looked at that situation, I was like, oh, he was making her feel like she was the number one broad in the slot, but you wasn't showing her off. Of course, she's gonna end up picking up on game like, oh, I'm just a side chick. You're just using me like a piece of toilet tissue, right? And eventually, like I said, when you and then you were messing with her you were messing with her for a prolonged period of time. You was sleeping with her for a prolonged period of time. She already has enough dirt on you. This is why she was able to get you to settle, because my bet is she had you compromised sexually, where if the details came out, Corey Holcomb would have been doing a whole all those people that were accusing you of being down low, they would have had all the ammunition they needed. And since Shannon Sharp comes from that old school of if the public found out you were gay, your career took a dip. So he settled because he didn't want to give those people enough ammunition to talk about those rumors, because we already know Shannon Sharp is very sensitive about those rumors. But since he settled, that basically confirmed the rumors to me. So, anyways, this thing where you have particularly black men trying to circumvent the system by convincing monetized women that they're the main ones, but they're not. Eventually, they're going to catch up to you. That's going to get you. So this is why I included Shannon Sharp, Ty Lil, right? These people. Okay, man. So that was easy. That was easy. So I try to. I don't know. I don't know if I did a good job of leading or misleading you guys, because I was like, "Hey, Shannon Sharp might be on the list. He might not be on the list, but he has to be on the list." Because when I first covered that story, I thought that he paid her. Nope, he didn't pay her. He didn't pay her. I'm talking about not at all. Not at all. I'm like, oh, you were definitely asking for it then, because this is an escort. And I'll say this: what made me push me to also include Shannon Sharp on the list, because Undead Chronic basically made it very plain and simple. He said, "Bro, you got played by a hooker." And the more Chronic was saying that, I was like, you know what? Let me look at the details again. And I was like, he did not pay this bitch. I'm talking about at all. You was leading this bitch on the whole time. And I was like, you dumb son of a bitch. I was like, now I know she extorted you. Yeah, she extorted you, but you was asking for it, bro. Like, you can't be doing this in 2025. It's a different time. Women don't want to be side chicks no more. They're not, they don't want to be put, either have them out in public, even if they're girlfriend number 3, they don't want to be hidden. They don't want to be hidden. So this. And if you don't give them what they want, they're going to extort you, and they're going to get their way. And especially if you're dealing with a white chick, she'll extort the hell out of you and get away with it. And retire. Oh yeah, and retire. And retire and make a post talk about I'm retired from OnlyFans. That was one of the funniest posts I've seen. She's like, look who I just robbed and got away with. look who I just robbed. And mind you, you're gonna get no sympathy. You're gonna get no sympathy. This is the climate that we live in, where women can just rob. They can just rob you. Now, in his case, you just made it easy. You literally gave her the gun and all the tools necessary for her to extort you. But anyways, let's get to number 5, right? Let's get to number 4. Now we get into the top 5, right? So so this is gonna be a bit of a funny one. The person I'm gonna put at number 5. Here we go. So number 5. Cassie's husband, aka Alex Fine. He is top 5. People might be like, why is he in your top 5? Shouldn't he be at the bottom? Nah, he's top 5 to me. Because oh my goodness. Let me see. The Unwelcome Party said, if you want to know, there's better places in Europe or South America. Facts. You go to Poland. You can go to shit. You can get like a real white bitch from like Ukraine. Right. But anyways, we'll leave that alone. I'll say the best treatment I've ever got It's from a Swedish bish. But anyways, we'll leave that alone. And mind you, Sweden is like very, feminist centric, country as well, right? But like I said, if I want snow, I want real snow. You know what I mean? Me personally. But yeah, Cassie's husband, aka Alex Fine, right? So for people who don't know who Alex Fine is, this was Cassie's husband, right? The simp husband. And remember when before the Diddy trial started, they were calling, or even during the Diddy's trial, they were calling Cassie's husband, particularly black women, they were calling Cassie's husband a real man for still sticking with Cassie, even though all the details came out about what Cassie was doing in the court. But remember, the details were so gory about what Cassie was doing with those male prostitutes that Diddy set her up with, and her accepting you people giving her the male prostitutes giving her the R. Kelly treatment, right? It's just like, I'm like, do you guys remember those details? What they were saying that the male prostitutes were doing to Cassie and Alex Fine, he had to listen to all of that in the court. And remember that video of him, like he left, like, and it was a big deal. He left the court early, and we already know why he left the court early. He heard all those details, and he was like, "You were doing all of that." I bet you, Cassie's husband, like, I bet you Alex Fine, there was like a couple of times where he was just asking for, hey, can you, he was asking for a sexual favor from Cassie, and Cassie was like, "Oh, I would never do anything like that." Meanwhile, she was letting male prostitutes doing crazy things to her, man. Bad man things. like wild things. Like I was like, wow. And remember when Cassie was giving her testimony first before the details came out? They were like, Cassie was just making it seem like she was this victim, but when those details came out of what she was doing with those prostitutes, all the dudes she was with in the in-between breaks, when her and Diddy was breaking up, they were on again, off again. When she was with Kid Cudi, when she was with the homies, when she was with all types of people, D. Ray Davis, allegedly, all these people, allegedly, right? Actually, I don't think D. Ray was with her. No, that's somebody else. But all these people, and when you saw you let all these men piss in your mouth, and it was like a regular thing. She was picking out the male prostitutes from Craigslist. Are you kidding me? She was doing the recruitment. I know Alex Fine saw those details, and he was just like, "Oh my God." Yeah, facts. He said he left the court early to vomit and gag. Because I remember when that video came out, he left the court early. They said that Cassie's husband left the court early. I'm like, I know why he left the court early. He was disgusted. And then on top of that, they found out that Cassie, that even when Cassie was with Alex Fine, even when they were married, even when they were together, Cassie's husband, like Alex Fine had called Cassie one time, and while she FaceTimed him, she was getting fucked by Diddy. When all those details came out, I was like, oh my God. And I'm like, you still stay with her? And then you saw all those black women. Oh man, he's a strong man for still staying with her after that. That's how you know you was a grade A simp. If you got all these black women praising you for staying, that's how you a grade A+ simp. No contest. Let me see if I can find that video. Walks out of court. I gotta Can I find? I gotta see that shit. Yeah, he stormed out of court.
Cassie's husband, Alex Fine, left the New York courthouse today. His face said it all. Inside, Cassie bravely testified on day 3 of the Sean Combs trial. The silence outside, louder than words. What do you think he's feeling? Let us know below.
Yeah, you can hear the silence because people don't like because the way Cassie tried to make it, she tried to make it like it was like she was like she was abducted by Diddy and I had to deal with his abuse. But really, when you look at the gory details, Cassie was Diddy's partner in crime, literally. I bet you like look, man, let's keep it a buck. This might piss some people off, but let's keep it a buck. This you already know what was happening. People might be pissed off at me. But let's keep it a buck. We already know what happened. Diddy's in the, Diddy, Cassie, Diddy and Cassie in there. They're probably arguing about something. The male prostitute arrives at the door. Okay, go check who this. Go check who this. Okay. Cassie runs up to the door, or basically already half naked, looks to the people. Okay, you're in. Are you okay? Come on. Diddy's already in the corner in his cut chair, already oiled up. He's like, okay, we already know what we're here to do. Let's do this. All right, you got the request? The guy goes, yeah, okay. Cassie goes down on him, on the male prostitute. And then Cassie, I don't even think sex was involved. It was just like, okay, do it. Do the thing. She's like, okay, let's do the thing. He's like, are you sure? I bet you the male prostitute was like, are you sure? I mean, how much should I? How much should I pay? And then Diddy's like, not too much. Just enough, not too much. Cassie like, I'm ready for it. And then he goes, oh, okay. Let me I'm gonna guess I'm a because remember one of the files said that one of the male prostitutes he did too much of it that she choked. And I bet you when she started, and Diddy, I bet you Diddy came out and whoa, yo, you're doing too much, man. You doing too much. That's too much. Just a little bit, not too much. Let's be honest. That was probably the reality of what was going on in those hotel rooms. But if you let a bitch tell you, they'll act like they was locked up in a chain. They was chained up, and dudes was just nah. That's not what's happening. And and Alex Fine is still married to Cassie after all of this. But I bet you, I'll say this, I bet you Alex will leave her, or he'll have the guts to leave her once that male prostitute's lawsuit comes in. Because one of the male prostitutes is suing Cassie for abuse or something like that. But anyways, that's number 5. And notice I called him Cassie's husband. I'm not even gonna refer to him by his name because you just there's no way. As a man, there's no way you can be with a woman like that. That's wild work to me. But anyways, number 4, another surprise for you guys, and I'm gonna put because like I said, the gloves are off in 2026. If I see, because the game is very clear to me right now. It's very clear what men need to do, but they don't want to do it. They still want to. I hope I spelled his name right. So right here, number 4, Sharon Moore. I hope I'm spelling his name right. Let me search it up on Google. Am I spelling his name right? Yeah, because he crashed out all the way. He doesn't realize. Well, he did realize what he just cost himself. That's why he went crazy at the end. But the impact of him on what he did is gonna make a lot of particularly black football college black coaches that wanted to be the head of a program. Is gonna make them look bad and make it look like that black men have no sexual discipline. But the problem with black men, there's a stigma in the black community. I'll give up the ghost. There's a stigma in the black community for men, quote unquote, paying for it, right? Paying for a lady of the night or paying for a woman's services. But they don't understand that that's what most of these dudes that have something to lose, they end up doing that anyways. The crazy thing is he could have gotten literally all the punani he wanted on campus, mind you. Because look, as a coach, you just can't mess with the people on your staff. It doesn't say that you can't mess with a student. Look how Lane Kiffin is running his program. He has like his whole harem of young broads literally on the campus. Literally on campus. That's how Lane Kiffin he's running his program exactly like that. Now let's keep it a buck. We already know those hoes are paid for. We know that. We know that off rip. But Sharon Moore's dumbass decided to bring in a bitch that he was already fucking and put her on staff so he could conveniently mess with her more. So he can conveniently sleep with her. Not understanding that everybody can see this. Everybody can see this. And if you get caught, you're going to lose your job. He could literally get women like younger than her, hotter than her, and have like a paid harem on campus. And they can't really do anything about it because they're not on the staff. But you fucking an assistant on your staff. And then once you finally realize the error of your ways, you go into the bitch house threatening to kill yourself and all to unalive yourself. Now they got you locked up in a psychiatric thing on mental watch and all. You ruined your life over nothing, bro. Over what? Oh, I'm like, over what, bro? Are you serious? It's only after you lose the job you realize what you just lost. There's a certain way to do things, right? And at that position that he has, if you want to be out here still messing with other women and all this stuff other than your wife, all right, first of all, you're wrong for that, just in general. But if you want to be doing that, fine. There's a way to do these things where you can keep your wife, you can keep your family, and you can keep your job. There's a way to do things. But a lot of black men, they don't want to, quote unquote, pay for it. So they will do this. They will risk their job that they worked all their life for. They'll risk, I'm talking about everything, just so they can say that they didn't pay for it. She actually likes me for me. Okay. But anyways. Man, what's B. Watkins says, as an OSU fan, anything that makes Michigan look bad is fine with me. Because now, yeah, Michigan, because he was a good recruiter too. He was able to get Underwood. Now you have all these Michigan recruits or the people that were committed to Michigan. They're gonna leave. Now he just put the whole University of Michigan in a weird spot where they're gonna be trash basically for the next 4 years. It's gonna take them like 3 to 4 years to recover. Because now all the recruits are gonna leave, all the young recruits are gonna leave. because they don't even know who's going to be the coach. They're beat. They're shot. Michigan is not. They're not going to hire another black coach. I'll be shocked if they hire another black coach after this. Oh my goodness. Exactly. He says Sharon put her there because he legitimately probably couldn't wait to be using his women like a fool. Like, I don't know what, like the pussy could have not been that good. I refuse to believe the punani was that good for you to lose to be that reckless and stupid, right? I refuse to believe that, right? Now, like I said, when I was talking about Sharon Moore, right, Shannon Sharp, and all these people, I always say this: we could end up in that same situation. We could all end up in that situation if we're not careful. We all can. But at this time now, the gloves are off when it comes to me, because these men clearly are. It seems like once they get that position of power, they use that power to abuse it, or they think they can abuse that position of power because they saw like another coach do it, but they don't understand that the other coach was like obvious, because like back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, you would have these college head coaches or these head coaches at these professionals, these professional teams. They would literally just take the assistant and just like have sex with her, take her into the office, and everybody would know it, and then just put her back out there, and they would be fine. But it's 2025. It's 2026 now. Life doesn't work like that, like that no more, man. You gotta get caught up with the times. And if I know that at my young age, if I know that as a man of experience, or as a married man, which Sharon Moore is a married man, you should already know better. But these guys, they just want to be reckless. And then on top, a lot of it stems from, in my opinion, they just don't want to pay for it. But at that position you got as a coach, you can't get caught up in scandals like that. Now, if you're a player, you can probably get away with a scandal like this. You get caught fucking yo bitch on the medical staff or something. You can, as a player, you can get away with it. You get a little suspension, but you're not going to get kicked off the team. But as a coach, you can't even get a jaywalking ticket, because when you're a head coach of a college football program, especially one of the blue chip college football programs, you're basically the governor of the school. You're the unofficial governor. You're the unofficial senator, chairman, the unofficial congressman, right? That's basically your position. If you're the head coach of a college football team, like Michigan, Alabama, Oklahoma, Ohio State, you're basically the governor of, forget the school, the state. You're basically at that level. So your record needs to be flawless. But anyways, but especially at that position he's at, he doesn't understand. A lot of the coaches, they do the same thing that Sharon Moore does, but they're not stupid enough to put the bish on their staff. Even if they're married, they'll have their side hoes, they got their concubines, but they understand, okay, I got to pay for that. And then on top of that, they're not stupid enough to put the bish on their staff. That's just stupidity. And he gave her a raise too. He gave her she went from making 60,000, like he put on the staff, she was making 60,000, and then in the middle of the season gave her a raise where she was making 97,000. I mean, bro, you got to be kidding me. But anyways, yeah, threatening to delete himself. Now he realized what he lost. Now he realized. I'm like, bro, what have you been paying attention to? And I'm not saying he can't have side hoes. I'm just saying there's a certain way to do things. But there's a lot, I don't know, there's particularly a lot of ninjas. They look at how they see like how like the other people like who are like head coaches or they're the directors of band programs, and they see them quote unquote paying for a woman or having or them being a sugar daddy or them having a roster or a concubine. And what black men do are like, I ain't finna do all that. I ain't finna do all that. All right. Okay. There's a certain way you do things. Because make no mistake, Sharon Moore's not the only one that have a wife and then still fucking hoe. I mean, Lane Kiffin is shown like Lane. I don't know. Well, I don't think Lane Kiffin's married, but Lane Kiffin is literally, he's just outright just showing like, look, I got hoes. Well, rules are rules, man. Rules are rules. You know what you signed up for. Exactly. He said the issue is society has gotten to the point that dudes are so impatient that they can't even set up having side chicks in a way that doesn't raise eyebrows. Like the impatience of today's men. Man, that's a whole other thing. The impatience of today's men. This is why I'm gonna some of the people that I'm gonna show you later on. Even when I finish this list, and then I'll show you the S.W.A.P list. In the S.W.A.P list, I'm not going to be explaining in depth with the S.W.A.P list. I'm just going to show you the pictures of the S.W.A.P list. So that's going to be a very interesting situation that I'm about to show you with that. But the impatience of men of today, it's very worrying. This is why even it's almost like I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle a lot of the times, because a lot of men, they're just not patient enough. They're not patient enough to wait and make some money and then able to run your own program. No, I'm gonna go 50-50 with this girl. Oh, this girl like no, chill. The girls will come. Trust me, they'll come. And then by that time, you'll be in a position of leverage. You'll be in a position of financial leverage. You'll be able to pick who you want. You're picking who you want to be with after you doing the proper vetting. But no, men are too impatient. And the impatience of these men, particularly young men or even men in their 30s, then they end up getting caught up in a situation where now you're baby daddy number 3 to a single mom because of the impatience, But you try to warn them. You do what you can. Number 3. Let's take this guy off. Number 3. This might be a shocker to some people. Let's turn this timer off again. Mr. Klay Thompson. And it's very obvious with Klay Thompson. Very obvious with him. Just the fact that he's dating Meg Thee Stallion, just the fact that he's doing that in general, you're automatically in my top 5. I don't know where in the top 5, but you got to be in there somewhere. After seeing everything that he just saw with Tory and all the men that she's been with prior, her being exposed for being a 304. I don't want Klay Thompson sitting there crying in the future talking about she did this to me. Because I think Klay Thompson is going to be dumb enough to I think he's going to be dumb enough and try to marry this broad. I think he's going to be dumb enough and do it. Because he's been with this broad a little bit too long now. A little bit too long for my liking, where I'm like, bro. He's basically, he doesn't even realize it, but he's going to be the next Tory Lanez. But you know what guys like Klay Thompson, this is what guys like Klay Thompson do. They look at Tory, they're like, oh, well, he's 5'3" or some shit. That's what they, in their mind, that's how they, particularly these basketball players. By the way, basketball wives, they are notorious for cheating on their husbands. Notorious. Well, professional athletes' wives in general, but I'll say basketball wives, they be cheating. because their man is on the road all the time, and women cannot stand being by themselves without having some kind of an emotional outlet to let off steam, right? So that's why particularly the basketball players, they get shocked when they bitches cheating on them. But Klay Thompson, he's just going to be the next victim. But he's literally signing up for his own coffin, which I don't get, but I digress. And I hope Klay Thompson isn't trying to. I hope he's not trying to pander to a low demographic, and y'all know who I'm talking about. Those are, that demographic. Those are the biggest ones that are praising this relationship. But that's on him. I don't want to hear no complaints when he gets burned. He literally. What happened to Tory Lanez, that's gonna happen to him in a different way. I'm not saying he's gonna end up in jail, but that's not out of the realm of possibility. He's gonna get destroyed. Okay, number 2. Number 2, right? See if I can bring this up. We have somebody it's pretty obvious who's going to be number 2 here. Very obvious. Mr. Akash Singh, right? I think with him, he is the prototypical dude, right? Performative masculinity, performative virtue signaling, right? He had the Fresh and Fit dudes on the show, and then he started doing a lot of performative virtue signaling, bragging about his wife being this, bragging about his wife being a virgin. It turns out that's not true. And then he made it worse by inviting his own broad on the show. And it just made it look even worse. Nobody was buying it. When I was saying popping my punani, I was just talking about dancing. Bish, you's a motherfucking lie. Boy, I saw that, man. I was like, nobody's buying this. This is like, I'm like, you guys do know at the Flagrant Podcast, I'm like, y'all gonna lose fans over this because you're treating your audience like they're dumb. I'm talking about Akash Singh's that situation was so bad. Even the normies were like, bro, this is bad. Like this is not good. And you saw it in the comments. I showed you the comments. All the comments was like, I'm not watching the show anymore. Because it's such a disingenuous episode. Oh, you guys don't know the situation. We know exactly what the hell is going on. She said everything. She said everything we needed to know. And yes, I did a stream on that. So, like, dude. Ash Senior says, "Hey Chris, what's up with Ash?" Let me see. Okay. Oh, let me read this comment though. This is from when I was talking about Sharon Moore. He said, back in the day, many dudes, whether they be broke or rich, set up certain systems to avoid their affairs / second families being found out. Their reputations getting damaged. Today, there is none of that. Yeah, there's a lot of, just have Riz, guys. Just have Riz. Okay. Because I'm even on this channel, I'm not pro, lying to women. Not on this channel. Because I know that's going to backfire. And plus, most of the people that I saw, particularly the dudes that did get a lot of women, they weren't lying to them. So by the time they went crazy, they could always say, hey, I never lied to you. So you can never throw dirt. You can never throw dirt on the name because they have the text messages. They'd be like, well, I told you, bitch, this is what this was. So those are the people that I saw. So I'm not pro lying to women, but because we have this, just have Riz, guys. Just have game. Okay. Hey, put a one in the chat if anybody watched Baby Boy. Remember when Baby Boy, his mom tried to give Jodeci some real nigga advice? She was like, "Stop telling these bitches why you smashing them that you want them to have your baby, because they're gonna be believing your dumb ass." That was some real ish. That's some real shit. If you're sleeping with a chick for a prolonged period of time, she's gonna get attached to you. It's not even about, oh, D game this, if your D game's trash or your D game. If you're sleeping with her with a prolonged period of time, she's gonna catch feelings. Or even if it's trash, if she's with you for a prolonged period of time, she's going to get attached. She's going to be like, "Where's this going?" Or she's going to hint at it. She's not going to want to be used as a piece of toilet tissue. She's not. Right? So you guys, but you know how men are, particularly, especially ninjas. Stay lying to hoes and thinking that's game, but it's lying to hoes. Lying about who you are, lying about your situation with your current girl. Oh, we're separated. Oh, we not. And then they end up getting caught up in mess. Okay. A lot of dudes are afraid of lying. Sorry, a lot of dudes are afraid of telling the truth to their women because they're afraid that they're gonna go. But it is what it is. If you want to live a certain way, you gotta live a certain way. But if you're gonna be, especially if you're gonna be lying, you better make sure there's no paper trail. But these dudes be leaving, like, obvious. They don't even be leaving paper trails. They be leaving whole goddamn trees. Forget a paper trail. They'd be leaving a whole tree. This man was right here with all the evidence right there. So when they get caught, they look stupid. Oh yeah, what's the coach that they used to coach for the Celtics? What's that guy's name? These people, boy, wow. But anyways, he's the coach of the Rockets now. I forgot his name. So B. Watkins says, I don't promote polygamy or having rosters, both for moral, spiritual, and personal reasons. But ultimately, if you are going to be doing that, best you have a system. Exactly. I agree. If you're going to be living whatever lifestyle you're going to be using, you can't just be all willy-nilly. You can't be messy. Facts. Right here, the unwelcome party said you can't be lying and be messy. Yeah, Ime Udoka with his dumb ass. But anyways, mind you, like those guys that I mentioned, that wasn't SA. They didn't get fired for SA. They got caught for having an affair. These guys are idiots. So there was an easier way for all of this to avoid all of this. Like there was no extortion involved. You got yourself fired for being an idiot. But anyways, so number 2, Akash, that was pretty easy, right? Number 2. And number 1, you guys could probably already guess who number 1 is in the chat. Right? Y'all probably already know who number 1 is. See if I can take this banner down. So number 1, it's pretty obvious. And when I did the streams about this man, that it really revealed the people who are in this manosphere space. It really revealed a lot to me. Okay. But this should be pretty obvious. Let's see if I see some in the chat. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Andrew Wilson. Now, I say for this year, because now we already know, like people that follow my channel, you guys already know that I've been talking about this man and him marrying a single mom for years now, for almost 2 years now. I've been talking about that, but it was only until this year and recently where he was exposed, particularly to the normie world, even a lot of people on this channel, believe it or not, that he married a single mom with three kids from two different dudes, right? This is my problem with this man, right? He knows this. He knows this. He knows this. This is why he politicked his way into space. So what he does, makes friends with certain people in the space, makes friends with certain people that he deems are the most popular, so they don't call him out for being a hypocrite. He goes on the whatever podcast, talks about this girl's a 304, this, I'm a master debater and all this this stuff. Meanwhile, you literally married the manifestation of what those OF girls on the whatever podcast, what they're going to become. But I've been warning people about this guy for years. I don't like him in this space. The reason why I don't like him in this space, or him LARPing in this space, because first of all, he doesn't claim this space. That's number one. He thinks he's different. He thinks he's better than the guys in the space. And then number two, the normies thinks he's part of this space. So you know what the normies were doing when they found out about Andrew Wilson, that he married a single mom with three kids with two different dudes? They were saying, see, another red pill dude caught with a single mom. That's what all the normies were doing. And what can I couldn't even defend it. I couldn't. What am I supposed to do? Where you got even, I'm talking about the most craziest of liberal women roasting him. I'm talking about I'm talking about straight up roasting this ninja. And they're not wrong. You got even the Andrew Wilson defenders they were trying to defend. They tried so hard to defend him in to the liberal women, and they were just like, nah, Rachel Wilson is goals. They said, I hope I find me a simp like that once I hit my 30s and I'm past. I'm like, bro, how are you going to be the one talking about hoes, talking about 304s, what they need to be doing, all of this, and you married a woman with three kids from two different dudes? How? How do I defend that? But he, like I said, Andrew Wilson, he has a lot of reach. That's what I learned. Like, that's what I learned from this year. He has a lot of reach. Like, he's clouded up. He has a lot of reach. There's certain people in this space that they're not going to talk crazy about him because he has a lot of people under him that take that's basically his disciples, whatever. And basically you're just not allowed to bring him up. And coddling him for this long has backfired on his space, in my opinion, because now they say that he's part of the space. And a lot was revealed to me when I saw the CGA debate. Particularly the CGA debate, and basically the reactions that I saw across the manosphere space. Most of the people, they went on Andrew Wilson's side because Andrew Wilson was on their show, and Andrew Wilson has a bigger following. So they initially went on Andrew Wilson's side. And I was like, Andrew Wilson is saying the exact same things that Hafiz was saying. What's the difference? And I'm like, and it's even worse because at least Hafiz married a broad. At least he married a bitch with no kids. At least, you know what I mean? I mean, damn. I mean, at least Hafiz had something to believe in terms of his broad was at least new, not that used up. But bro, the people that was acting like because the prompt in the debate was this: is marriage worth it in the States? Now, guys, there's a lot of people that's in the war band in this chat. Y'all already know that Undead Chronic, you don't fuck with CJ at all. But remember when I did the show with Chronic and I told him what was he was like, so what was the prompt? And I said the prompt of the debate was this: is marriage worth it in the West? And Chronic was like, oh yeah, Wilson, he already knew how the debate went. He was like, oh yeah, Wilson has no debate here. He has no debate. He didn't even, mind you, Chronic didn't even watch the debate. And I always said this: I think Chronic should have been the moderator for the debate. It should have been him or Jason Black. Those are the only two people that could have been completely objective, right? But even Chronic, he was like, "Oh yeah, there's no debate there. There's no argument to be made." There was people in the manosphere. I'm talking about most people. They were on Andrew Wilson's side. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. So much so, anybody in this chat that saw me do the Andrew Wilson live streams, do you guys remember the people that were in the live chat? The Andrew Wilson defenders? Do you guys remember this? Please, can I get an amen in the chat if y'all saw these people? Can I get an amen in the chat if you guys saw, like, I'm not making this stuff up. You should have seen the Andrew Wilson defenders in the chat. I could not believe my eyes. These people were defending this like him, and I was like, bro, how are you defending this dude? Y'all remember in the chat, like, bro, I'm telling you, these people were in the chat. I kid you not. They were saying there's nothing wrong with Andrew Wilson marrying a single mom with 2 kids. Oh, sorry, with 3 kids. But oh yeah, so right here. So B. Watkins said, I love my boy Chronic, but he came way too unprepared and let Wilson dictate the rules, and overall the debate suffered. No, because this is what happened. Let me say this in Chronic's defense. This is what Andrew Wilson does. He be holding debates hostage. So he'll, like, remember what Chronic said. Chronic said, well, like before the debate, the moderator, Andrew Wilson picked the moderator. And so the moderator said this: okay, you're not allowed to say this. You can't mention family. And what? So basically he gets to shield himself while lecturing you. While not because that's what Andrew Wilson does. He be holding debates hostage. That's why I can't respect this man. That's why I cannot respect Andrew Wilson. He be holding debates hostage. But y'all remember what y'all should have saw the chat. He said the issue is 80% of the chat told him to bring his own moderator to distract and annoy the blonde 304. I will say this: for a debate like that with the Andrew Wilson and Chronic debate, this is where you need to bring like a real third-party person in. So the perfect moderator for that debate, you know what would have been the perfect moderator for that one? That debate would have been AJ. Because mind you, AJ likes Andrew Wilson, but even he said Andrew Wilson has no debate here when it comes to marriage. There's no debate there. There's none. AJ has done a show with Chronic. He would have been the perfect moderator. Doug MPA would have been the perfect moderator as well. I'm trying to think, and then but what I was thinking in terms of a moderator, I would say this: they should have brought somebody from the Black manosphere. I know it's a bit far-fetched, but the Black manosphere, they kind of look at, then they're not gonna like the things that Undead Chronic says. They're not going to and we already know the Black ministry, they're not gonna like the things Andrew Wilson says. You need to bring somebody from that space to be the moderator. They would have been the perfect moderator, like a O'Shea Duke Jackson. would have been the perfect moderator for that debate. You got to bring somebody that has like no skin in the game, or somebody that respects both of the parties equally. So AJ would have been in my opinion, would have been the perfect moderator. But Andrew Wilson, what he does, he likes to hold these debates hostage, and then because I saw that shit with the bitch. I was like, this whole ass nigga, man. All right, man. And Andrew Wilson's underlings, they act exactly the same way. But if you guys saw the Andrew Wilson streams that I did, if you saw the Andrew Wilson stream, you should have seen the chat. And it was people saying that I was lying about him marrying a single mom. I'm like, it's literally, she said, they said I was lying. They were saying I was low IQ and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, this stuff is online. You guys can search this up. It went from I'm lying to what's so wrong with it? You're just like, what? I'm like, what kind of people do we have in this space? Like, what's going on? I was flabbergasted. The chat flabbergasted me. I don't know if that's a term, but I was like people. If you guys remember in that stream, I was flabbergasted. You have dudes spamming the chat. I remember there was this one dude spamming the chat, and then Garrett was like, "Oh no, the reason why he's spamming the chat is because he's a stepdad himself." I was like, "Oh, okay, I get it." And then he stopped spamming the chat. I was like, "Yo, what is going on?" Like that Andrew Wilson debate fiasco. Like I said, it's not about it's not about you being a fan of CGA. It's not about that. Because there's plenty of people that hated CGA, and they said that he destroyed Hafiz. But my question is, what was the difference between what Hafiz was saying and what Andrew Wilson was saying? What was the difference? I mean, there was like, if you look back at both of these debates, but when I saw the Andrew, and then seeing the reactions from the mainstream so-called people, and how Andrew Wilson was able to go on the quote unquote Red Pill Avengers show, talk crazy, and nobody call him out. Nobody calling him out, ignoring the super chats, calling out Andrew Wilson for losing. You're just like, wow. I'm literally just looking at this like literally wow. I was shocked. And even till this day, if you say anything about Andrew Wilson, oh, you're low IQ, you're this, you're that, or you don't know what you're talking about. This is just, I'm like, bro, you guys are talking about CGA being a degenerate, or or people like him are promoting degeneracy. Meanwhile, CGA, he married a chick, he married a woman, has 2 kids by one woman. Both of those kids were in the marriage. He got divorced, and he's been single ever since, and basically been promoting pay for play ever since, right? Even though I don't agree with that, at least he's honest. At least he's honest, right? I can't OD go hard on him for that. At least he's honest about that. Meanwhile, Andrew Wilson, you take on a chick whose life is a mess. Both of the 2 or 3, I think it's 2 out of 3 of the kids that she had with Rachel were out of wedlock, while she already had 3 other kids with 2 other men. But CGA's the degenerate. This is why the normies, when they found out about Andrew Wilson, they're just like, wait, what? He's the one lecturing people, and he married this woman. Oh my! Hey, and by the way, there were people in the chat. They were saying Rachel Wilson no, it was different with Rachel Wilson because she only has 3 bodies. I was just like, oh, we're done. I was like, we're done. I almost quit. I almost quit the stream. I literally almost logged off. I was like, you think Rachel Wilson only has 3 bodies? Just conveniently, the 3 dudes that she has kids with. You think those are her only 3 bodies? I'm like, y'all got to be the dumbest simps in captivity. what do? But mind you, but this is the thing. You see how they were arguing with me in the chat? If you guys saw this, you see how they were arguing me with those same arguments? They took those same arguments to the normies. So when the normies found out about Rachel Wilson's personal story, they tried to use the same arguments. They were like, well, Rachel only has 3 bodies. Those the normies, they was looking at these dudes in the comments like they were retards. Just like they were like, guys, that's not how this works. Oh my god. I was like, y'all, I'm like, I know y'all are not taking that same argument. Because now we look crazy. Now this dude got the whole man, him and his followers are making the whole manosphere look crazy. I'm talking about worse than Fresh and Fit, worse than Andrew Tate, worse than whoever you can think of. Worse than all of that. Worse, I'm talking about worse than all of those people. They brought those same arguments to the normies, and you should have seen the normies, like the mainstream, creators or the liberal. They're like, bro, they were literally looking at these dudes like they're like, oh, poor babies. So now they're going to since this guy is associated with the Red Pill, even though he's not Red Pill, they're going to look at us as the second biggest simps outside of the Christian conservatives. Just because of that man. Just because of that man. This is why I don't have a respect for him. And yes, I know he's debated other people outside of 304s, obviously, but this dude literally has a residency at the whatever podcast. This dude literally lives there. So now that's where people are going to associate him with. But yeah, that whole 3 bodies thing. And I'm talking about Andrew Wilson has said this himself. He's like, well, my wife only has 3 bodies. I'm like, Andrew Wilson, either you're lying to us, there's no way you believe that. There's no way you believe Rachel only has 3 bodies. There's no, you can't be running with that, bro. There's absolutely no way you're running with that. But I'm talking about these dudes will argue this with you and then act like you're dumb and you have no idea I have no idea what I'm talking about. And I'm trying to help these dudes because they're using these same arguments with these people, and you're gonna make yourself look stupid. And these people can't fathom why these hoes be going to church after they're done with their 304, and because they know y'all the dumbest simps. They just don't. Oh man. But anyways, that's enough about Andrew Wilson. But like I said, if you guys think I'm over exaggerating, you can literally watch all my live chat replays on the Andrew Wilson streams I did. You'll be shocked at these responses at Andrew Wilson supporters. You'll be shocked. Anyways, but like I said, we bear some responsibility because there's a lot of places where I would bring up Andrew Wilson's situation and they would not allow me to bring it up. Or how about this? I remember one time there was a guy, because I remember I was on AJ's panel and I brought it up, and there was this, it wasn't AJ that shut me down. It was somebody else in the panel that was like, oh no, don't bring that up. I don't want to say that the person's, I know I remember who it was. I don't want to say his name. I remember exactly who it was, but he just completely shut me down. I was like, nah, this is very relevant. It wasn't AJ that shut me down. It was his name starts with a J, and anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone. His name starts with a J. It ends with a ska, and I'm gonna just leave it at that. But it's not just him. I remember going on another panel trying to bring this stuff up, and they just will not let me. Right. But let me bring up some of these comments that I missed. So Watkins, because I saw this comment, he says still Chronic was still at fault for not pushing further in the debate. But I understand, as you said, Wilson always holds debates hostage and sets them up in a way he can easily attack. Even like I said, it's not just Andrew Wilson, but the people, his underlings. Remember, anybody remember, was it Andrew Wilson's fitness trainer? He invaded the chat a couple of times. I've been watching some. I saw 2 of his debates. He acts exactly the same way, holding the debate hostage. He's always on a home. He always has a home advantage with the moderator. Like these are not real quote unquote debaters. Like these, please. Yeah, Andrew Wilson / Rachel Wilson's fitness trainer invaded the chat. Yeah, sure. Just 3 bodies that we know of. Facts. Adam7752 says CJ was right. All men pay. Like I said, it's a controversial statement, right? But I always look at it like this. I just look at it like this. I'm not going to be like all men pay, because there are certain men that do quote unquote. Let me say it like this. I'll say it like this. If you're not a Chad, stop saying you're getting it for free. Right? Most of us are not. We have to do something to get it, whether it's performative, it's something. You're spending something. But a lot of dudes, they don't want to admit that they have trouble getting with women, because we feel like it decreases our masculinity, especially when it comes to Black men. We just think it decreases our masculinity. It makes us less of a man if we admit that we struggle, right? Like, one of my favorite moments, I shared it with you guys. One of the guys that I've been working with in music, I remember he just asked, so Chris, what was it like with the ladies? And I was like, oh yeah, there's nothing to talk about. there's nothing there. I'm struggling. Right. I'm like, there's no bitches to talk about. There's nothing there. And it was almost like once I said that, the front dropped, and he was like, it's almost like a relief. So he opened up to me about his struggles with the women in his life, because I was just honest. I'm like, oh yeah, there's just nothing there. I didn't do, oh man, you know how it go with it. I didn't know. I was just honest. I'm like, there's nothing there. Nothing to speak about. You know what I mean? Or I'll famously say, I'm what do I say? Like, I can't afford one right now. That's what I say nowadays. I can't afford one right now. B. Watkins says even Chad at one point has to pay. It might sound like cope, but at one point even Chad has to pay. But people think of payment, they're just looking at it as money. But what you pay with it, shout out to CJ, you pay with it with your time, your money, your energy, your attention, but you're paying some way, right? Your meat, like what CJ likes to says, your meat. You're paying with your money, your energy, and attention and time. And this is a concept that actually isn't new to me. Like, I remember somebody was saying this even like before, back in the days, like when I was in high school. You know what I mean? You're paying with something. You're paying with something. There's more than one ways that you pay with, right? But a lot of people want to act like they're Chad, or they want to act like they're a pimp or something. I be getting these hoes, and I know I got the secret sauce. And a lot of these dudes be capping. Or if they do have a lot of women, they're not admitting that most of them are older women. A lot of them are not admitting that they're fat women. A lot of them are not admitting that they're single moms. A lot of them are not admitting they're women that are already married, drunk women. They're not telling you the full story, right? Because most of the dudes that are actually getting women for real, they're not bragging about it. Because really, there's nothing to brag about, because these hoes out here ain't really worth that type of energy to pontificate, to expand your energy in talking about them. Shout out to Pyro with the $2 super chat, right? Shout out to the donations. Where's my donation soundbite?
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Pyro says with a $2 super chat, he says, this is why we have so much 304s in church. Exactly. They know those are the only fools that are going to believe that 3-body nonsense. 3 bodies. Anyways, if he had a neutral moderator, so Watson says he knows he would have gotten trounced if he had a neutral moderator and no one tiptoed over his BS. Like, that's why he's a good politician. He likes to politic his way in these spaces, you know, shake hands with the right people so they don't call him out for his hypocrisy. Yeah, exactly. Yo, so Garrett Grant, man, I can't believe you even remember the DDG stream that I did with when the women, the hoes, it was some of the women that invaded the chat. Those were, but like I said, like, I can understand them because they're women, right? So, you know, a lot of times, a lot of women are doing things to get your attention, you know. So I already kind of had that in mind. So there was no. It was just funny, right? So I remember that stream. So Garrett says, yep, I remember that stream too. All the haters came out in full force at you more than the Halle Bailey DDG stream. Yeah, that was wild. The woman, though, I can understand. It is what it is. You know, like, I remember I was talking to G-Man in the comments. I said, we're the difference between like guys like us, me, Garrett, Pyro, you, G-Man, Garrett, B. Watkins, everybody in the chat. We're basically at the acceptance stage when it comes to American women. We're basically at that acceptance stage. We kind of already accepted them for what they are. We're believing what they're showing us. And with that has come a clarity and a little bit of a relief, because now we're not really required to wife up these 304s like that. So there's almost a relief there's a little bit of pain too in terms of knowing the truth, but there's a little bit of relief with knowing the truth as well. Because now, like, when somebody like Andrew Wilson is saying, oh yeah, my Rachel only has 3 bodies, we just laugh. We're just like, okay. Yep. You pay. He says payment can be time, attention, youth, patience, etc. Yeah, the DDG stream. Yeah, there was a lot of haters that came in, but it was mostly women. But it was no big deal. Like, I understand. But it was just, I was just shocked with the Andrew Wilson thing and the people that are associated, that are fans of his. I'm really shocked at their slowness. I knew conservatives were slow, but I didn't know they were that slow. I was like, Jesus. Right? But I should have known better. I should have known better. Because when I've done, like, remember when I'll drop those shorts of Riley Gaines, right? Who else? Yeah, right. Yeah, particularly when I remember when I dropped the shorts on Riley Gaines, and I'll see all these conservatives in the chat, you know, defending her and full ensemble. I was like, what? Oh, okay. Oh man. Let me see. B. Waskin says everyone in chat has accepted women for who they really are and when men let them do whatever they want. Oh, sorry, and when men let them do whatever they want. Right? Yeah, exactly. It's good, talking with people that know the truth. So this is why this space is here. But let me introduce to you a new concept to you guys, right? Let me see if I can present this presentation real quick. So that's my top 10, right? Number 10, Piers. 9, Stefan Diggs. 8, Kai Cenat. 7, Ty Lil. 6, Shan Sharp. 5, Cassie's husband. 4, Sharon Moore. 3, Clay Thompson. 2, Akash Singh. And number 1, Andrew Wilson. But let me see if I can introduce this new concept to you guys, right? Let me see if I can introduce this concept. Let's see. What is swap list? Good. I'm going to save this, blah, blah, blah. Save, exit out of this. Okay, exit out of this. We have now the swap list, right? Add Google Slides. See if I can put the Google Slides in real quick. Going to introduce a new concept for you guys. This is going to be I think this is an original concept. I'm pretty sure this is. But this is something that I just came up with 2 days ago. I'm going to introduce something to you. The swap list, right? So what is the swap list, right? So take a look at this right here. The swap list is an acronym for Simp Watch Alert Predictor, right? So this is going to be an active list of people, right, that I think we need to watch out for, who are going to be next on the Simp of the Year list for 2026 and beyond. So this could even be a list of a prediction of what you're going to see in 2027 or 2028. So let me see if I can also share this with you guys. Let me see if I can share this. Oh man, this is crazy. Let me see if I can share this with you guys before I hit that mark. Oh man, perfect. I'm right on time too. Perfect. I thought I was going to take a whole bunch of time. But there's a scene in 13 Reasons Why. I don't know, people might have not seen this show, but in I think it was like the second to last season of the show, there's a black counselor who he gets fired. He gets fired, right? But he said, "Look, I know I just got fired, but this is a list of the at-risk young men who is a potential of being a danger to himself and others." And the list included the photographer, this nerdy photographer boy who was at risk. And the reason why that was significant was he ended up bringing the AR-16 to the school dance, and he was about to air out the whole spot. So his list of the people at risk, this is something that we need to do. I remember back in the day, which is really like a couple of years ago, I said, watch out for the eventual crash out of Will Smith, which ended up happening, the eventual crash out of Destiny, which kind of happened already, but it's going to be in a way bigger. It's going to be a way bigger pace. There's a lot of people that are in. I'm talking about they're going to be next. They're going to be next. So I have this list right here. I don't know why I can't share it right now, of just the people that I think are on the swap list, the Simp Watch Alert Predictor, where everybody's gonna be like, "Oh my God, this guy's in a terrible situation." Like, oh yeah, it's gonna happen. I think I might have to. Sorry, I might have to send the list via Google Drive. Might have to do it the old-fashioned way. I might have to open it up on Google Drive. My list is my list. This is going to be the list of people that I think are on this that are going to be on the swap list. This is going to be something. This is going to be a normalcy on the channel where we're going to keep updating the swap list, and then once these people get into trouble, when it's going to be related to their women or whatever relationships they're in, we're going to be like, well, he was on the swap list, right? Now, technically, as a man, if you're a man, you're technically already on the swap list, but this is going to be these like high profile names that you see. You know what I mean? Like this is going to be interesting. Damn, why can I not share the list? I'm really trying so hard to share this real quick, but I don't know why they won't let me share it. Let me see if I can send it via Instagram. 2, I'm gonna have to send it to myself. Oh man. I'm gonna have to send it to myself. Let me see. I think the new Hunter Avalon. To me, yeah. So yeah, he says to me, Steph Curry is already on the Simp Watch on the swap list, and I feel Tom Holland might be on this year. Those are two. Well, Steph Curry, he's gonna be forever on the swap list. He's forever on the swap list till further notice. Russell Wilson, another person on the swap list until further notice. Right? Adama752 says, my kid loves Steph, and even he knows he's cooked. Like, until Steph does what he needs to do, which he's not gonna do it. Like he's not gonna do it, but he knows what he needs to do. But he has too much invested. He has way too much invested in this guy. But you know what? I'll type it out here. I type it out because my notes app is messing me up right now. But I'll type it out. I don't mind. And mind you, these people are not ranked. These people are not ranked. But these guys will be numbered. They're like I said, they're not ranked, but they're numbered. If that makes sense. So it's going to be like swap list entry number, you know how you do like a case file study number, this blah 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 blah. This case, you know what I mean? So the swap list will be a ever updating list. It's not ranked, but it's numbered, right? Swap list. Let me put swap list and let me put that as the ticker. Here we go. If I can, well, let me put it down here. Swap list. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if I can put it here. Pause. We put this here. So we got the swap list as the ticker. And we're going to have to type this out the old-fashioned way. So some of the names that I show you, you're going to be shocked. Some of the names I'm going to show you. Yo. You know what? I'll do it one by one. I don't mind. I'll do it one by one. I'll do it one by one. I don't mind it. Right? LeBron James. Swap list contestant number 1, right? He's on the swap list. Anybody that knows his situation, that knows his marriage situation, that knows his professional situation, I think it's about to all come crashing down very, very, very soon. And I feel very bad for him. And I do feel very bad for Zuri, his youngest daughter, right? He's on the swap list, right? Another person on the swap list, Matt Walsh, right? Hold on. I might have to shoot. I forgot to turn the timer off. But yeah, Matt Walsh, he's married for now. He's going to get caught up. I think he's going to get Steve Crowdered, right? But since he's one of the more prominent names, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad for him. So these guys, like I said, these guys are going to be numbered but not ranked. So these people are always going to be like, all right, this guy's going to be on the swap list. Oh man. Anyways, another person that's going to be on the list right here. Ben Shapiro, another married person. I wonder what's going to happen with Turning Point USA if he gets divorced. That is a very interesting conundrum. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. So before I even go on Ben Shapiro, he said, break down the LeBron James thing. So remember, he's been with his chick for a minute now, right? He's been with his chick for a minute, but he didn't get married until 2013, right? So the 10-year period is already up. The 10-year period is already it's already up. So basically any day now. So like say if LeBron James is on the say if he's on the list, on the E list, if y'all know the Jeffrey E list or something like that happens, and then he gets basically a gateway out, or he gets outed as being a down low person. Say if he gets outed for being down low gay, right? If he's in the closet, his whole world can come tumbling down just like this. Just like that. The 10-year he got married in California. 10-year period is up. It's basically up to Savannah. And then he had an option to end the marriage before it ended, the 10-year period hit, and he would have been able to still keep most of his assets. But the 10-year period is already over. He got married in 2013. So it's basically any day now. Why do you think he's trying to stay? Why do you think he's not trying to retire? Even though he should have been retired. he does not want to retire. He doesn't want to face the music. Adama says Matt Walsh, wholly based swap list. Yo, he's gonna look, you know. See, yeah, Michael Nolas, Brett Cooper's husband. So you guys are catching what I'm putting. You guys are getting what I'm putting down. Yep, Timothy Chalamet. Y'all, you guys are catching what I'm putting down. Because you see, we're trying to stay ahead. We're not trying to get shocked. Right here. So you see right here, I put Ben Shapiro. He's married. I wonder how that's gonna work out if he gets broken up with. Okay, another person. So this is where you're gonna start seeing some shockers. Some of these people, right? Jalen Hurts, he's definitely on the swap list. I'm going to expand more on Jalen Hurts, the Philadelphia Eagles quarterback. Dwayne Wade, yeah, but he's gay. That's the thing with Dwayne Wade. So I tend to give him a pass because he can't even hide it anymore, right? But Jalen Hurts usually is when you're riding high like that. The way he's riding high is when that crash comes. Now, I'm not preying on his downfall, but him in his situation of having all these his all female team, I don't trust that. I don't trust that situation at all. And then on top of that, I think, he married his chick this year, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Jalen Hurts married. It's officially, he got married like right after he won his Super Bowl MVP. Right? So his people, like particularly women, they love to praise that situation. Look at his all-female staff, and he has a black wife. Look, it's usually situations like that. And then on top, okay, because a lot of people have been questioning if he should be the starting quarterback for the Eagles, because you know how tough those Eagles fans are. Let him lose his starting position, or let his position be in question even more, even though it shouldn't be. But it's unfortunate with his situation. But with Jalen, I think his situation looks very unstable to me. That's just me. I mean, people might think I'm a hater. I swear, I'm my mom. I'm not hating on this nigga, but I'm just like, bro, I don't know. That situation that looks unstable to me. And then he has the all female staff, his all female team. I think he's smashing. Not smashing all of them. He's probably smashing some of them. I just didn't want to say it, but it's just like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. See, now we're talking. The unwelcome party says, yeah, he's smashing all of them, no question. Me thinks the same. Me thinks the same. He said, Russell Wilson, thoughts on that? Well, yeah, he's forever on the swap list. Well, I'm just waiting for the divorce. No disrespect to Russell Wilson. Well, it's just a matter of time with him. Oh, the 10-year, even though they got married in England, the 10 years is up. 10 years is up. 10 years is up. They got married in 2016. So it's 2026. So Russell Wilson will forever be on that list. But yeah, Jalen Hurts, he is technically, people might not see it, but there's a lot of similarities between Jalen Hurts and Russell Wilson. People might not see it now. I get if you guys don't see it now, but there's a lot of similarities between Jalen Hurts and Russell Wilson. And people might be like, well, no, but Jalen Hurts married his sweetheart and Russell Wilson married a single mom. There's a lot of similarities between Jalen Hurts and Russell Wilson. A lot. But I'm going to leave Jalen Hurts alone a little bit, but he's on the swap list. Like I said, people might disagree, and I get that. But these are the list of names that once you see things go south, I don't want you to be surprised. And they're going to be left like really holding, just literally with their Johnsons in their hands. They're going to be fresh out of luck. Yeah, Jalen Hurts. And the next name is going to really shock you. Next name is really going to shock you. Now, people going to think I'm hating, but it is what it is. Next name going to shock you. Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi. So Beat Watkins says, you guys might say I'm a broken record, but look out for Travis Kelce. He is probably going to get the worst of the Swift post breakup treatment. But we already, he's definitely on the swap list. But it's almost like if that happens, we wouldn't be shocked. And you already know who's going to be. You know who's going to be celebrating that the most? The B-dubs. The B-dubs are going to be celebrating that the most, believe it or not. But Lionel Messi, yes. So Lionel Messi, people look at Lionel Messi and his family situation kind of similar to how people look at LeBron and his family situation. They think it's a stable situation. You know, Lionel Messi, on paper, he was with his girl since he was 13 years old, right? But what people don't know about that is this. Messi didn't go out with her until he was 19. So he was stuck in the friend zone with her for 6 years. I'm talking about like years stuck in the friend zone. It's only until his place was cemented in Barcelona and he started to become a superstar. That's when him and his wife, what's her name again? I'm blanking on her name. Lionel Messi wife. What's her name? Yeah, Antonella, right? Let me bring her up. Let me bring that up. So yeah, Antonella. So, because people like to kind of, prop this story up as the how do I say it? As the model, the dream situation. But the reality is she waited until she didn't go out with him until he became an official professional soccer player, like where it was basically established that he was going to be a superstar. Then he left, and mind you, Antonella was going out with Messi's friend at the time. So then she left his friend for Messi. And the reason why I also put Messi on this list is because I find it very suspicious when Messi was offered billions of dollars to play in Saudi Arabia for 2 years. 2 years, and then he had an option to stay, to whether if he wanted to stay or not. He was offered billions of dollars to play personally, not as a transfer fee. I'm talking about wages, billions of dollars to play for 2 years in Saudi Arabia. Antonella, he said, the reason why I didn't do that because my wife was vehemently against going to Saudi Arabia. Now, even the biggest gold diggers in the world would be able to hold their tongue if their man was going to get $2 billion. Right? 2 billion. Sorry. It was billions of dollars. I don't know the exact figure, but billions of dollars is billions of dollars. Billions of dollars to play in Saudi Arabia for minimum 2 years. Mind you, tax-free. You're getting all that money. And she was vehemently against it. That was a red flag for me. That's when I started looking up her background story with Messi, and that's how I found out that Messi was stuck in the friend zone with her only until he became a superstar. Then she started going out with him. But she was very pro. Oh, okay. Miami gave you an offer. He said that the reason why I chose Miami over Saudi Arabia was because of my wife and my family. It would have been better for my family. I was like, oh, okay. And I remember seeing a comment in the comment section. They said that Messi's wife didn't want to go to Saudi Arabia because she wanted to be able to cheat in peace. And I took that. I was like, you know what? That might be true. That might be true. Why is she so pro coming to America? And yes, they offered him a lot of money, but it's nowhere even close to what Saudi Arabia was going to give him. And it would have been a seamless transition. He's already married. He has a family. It would have been a seamless transition. And I'm talking about even the most. I'm like, with that kind of money, you could. I mean, I'm talking about 99.90%. Even the cheaters, even women that be cheating would be like, oh, like if they find out their husband is gonna get that kind of money, would be like, oh, yeah, you got to take that deal. Now, for her to make a big fuss about going to Saudi Arabia, even with that money offered, that's a red flag to me. So I will be monitoring that situation very closely. I wonder why she's so pro going to America, being in Miami. This is very interesting. She's fucking, yeah. I look. Yeah, facts. He said, yeah, it's well known. He said, even if Argentinians denied that Messi was a friend zone only, she got passed around by Argentina Chad before giving him a chance. But like I said, she was with a friend of Messi's first. And then I remember they interviewed like Messi's friend, and they were like, well, I get it. You know, Messi was becoming a superstar. Yeah, she's fucking with somebody. Like, yeah, when I saw this, I was like, that's very interesting, because that kind of money, you don't turn down billions of dollars. You don't. And it's like it's guaranteed money. It's literally guaranteed billions of dollars. I was like, oh, why was she so vehemently against that? That's very suspect to me. Very suspect. Yeah, Garrett Grant said he could have majority control over a major club with that money, and they would have allowed it. The entities and the powers that may be, they're not going to block Messi. They would have allowed that. First of all, he could have went to Saudi Arabia for 2 years and still ended up in the MLS after those 2 years. So I'm like, you could hustle it out for 2 years for billions of dollars. Huh, okay. That's very interesting. Now, but I'll say this, remember, Saudi Arabia's laws are very harsh. Remember, if they catch you cheating, it's like a serious like offense. Like it's it's a serious law if they catch you cheating on your spouse in Saudi Arabia. So this is very, very, very interesting, because it would have been a different type of accountability if you go to Saudi Arabia. But even remember, Cristiano Ronaldo, he didn't even have to marry his woman. They broke the laws to cater to him. So that's why I'm like, as Messi's wife, you couldn't chill out for 2 years? That's very interesting to me. But anyways, let's moving on. Oh, that's true. Ronaldo's situation Ronaldo is a lot smarter than people give him credit for. He has his bitches on a salary. That's smart. And then all of his kids are surrogate. I think basically all of his most of his kids are surrogates. That dude is like, Ronaldo's smart, like very, very smart. Yes, Messi's better than Ronaldo. Yes, we get that. But when we're talking about the game of life, shout out to Ronaldo. But yeah, Messi, I will be keeping an eye on that situation for the next couple of years. Don't be surprised if he just gets divorced. Don't be, man. Hey, especially after if he retires soon, don't be shocked. Anyways, another person. Okay, this might not be a shocker. This next person that I'm gonna put might not be a shocker. All right, add banner. Tim Pool, right? He might not be a shocker. He might not be a shocker. Okay. Tim Pool. It's another person, right? He got married with his bitch for a while. Yeah, I'll say this. Yeah, Messi fell for the okie doke because she was his sweetheart. Yeah. And then Ronaldo can end up being on a swap list as well, because he did, and he still ended up getting married to that woman, even though his mom heavily advised against it. Right? But I think Messi's first on that. But yeah, Tim Pool, he said, I can't wait for Tim Pool to eat it. Yeah, Tim Pool, he's gonna crash out. Like him, he's gonna crash out. Tim Pool gonna crash out when he gets fucked. Right? Now, this next name that I'm gonna say, this next name that's on the swap list, I know all of you guys are gonna disagree with me on this one. This one you're gonna disagree with me on this. You guys are gonna be so shocked that this guy's on the swap list. You guys will never guess it. This one, like, no. This one. So before I even put this name out there, let me see if you guys let me see if you guys, because this is gonna be somebody that you'd be like, what? Him? But let me see. I'm gonna put it up there. J. Cole. J. Cole is gonna be on the swap list. Now, I will say this. People are gonna, I know you guys will disagree with this, but I will say this. There's a part of my life that I don't share with you. There's certain things in my life that I cannot share with you, right? Because you guys might think I'm a weirdo. But this part of my life, certain things, I'm not going to be specific on if it's a being or whatever. Certain things give me messages, right? Certain entities, right? I was given something about J. Cole, and I still don't want to believe it. I don't know if this is true or not. This is hard to say because I think because his reputation is damn near flawless, but what I was given about J. Cole, I was like, why was I given this about J. Cole? I can't be specific about this. And then I see this is what kind of confirmed it for me. This is what confirmed it for me. Remember J. Cole and Cameron got into a little bit of beef earlier this year, and the beef was over nothing. I was like, so why is Cameron? So then Cameron ended up like suing J. Cole. I was like, bro, I ain't never heard of nobody suing J. Cole over nothing. I was just like, why are you suing J. Cole? What possibly he could have done? But like the seriousness of Cameron's face. Then I was reminded what somebody gave me about J. Cole. I was like, oh Lord, this better not be true. So it's almost this, it was the same kind of thing that I was given about LeBron James. So I can't be too specific. And people might be like, why J. Cole? Why J. Cole? But when I saw the situation that happened between him and Cameron, because I'm like, that beef, I'm like, that could be easily fixed. Why are you suing? And you know, Cameron likes to talk. Anybody that know, like Cameron, the rapper, he likes to talk. Like, and I could just see the seriousness in his face. So I brought it up to two things. Either Cameron is being way too petty, or number two, he knows something serious about J. Cole that he's hiding. So I will say this, J. Cole, if you happen to be listening, repent now. Whatever you're doing in the background, repent while you can. And I'm not talking about gay shit. I ain't talking about gay shit. I'm just saying there's something in his background that he is hiding. And I think Cameron knows. Because I just saw like the serious, I saw Cameron's face and I was like, and it basically confirmed what was given to me about J. Cole. I was like, oh shit. There might be something to this. Now, like I said, you don't have to believe like this. You don't have to follow my lead on this one. This one, you do not have to follow my lead on this. But and you're not hearing this. You're not hearing this from nowhere else. But like it was like Cameron and J. Cole, they were beefing about like something petty about like studio like something like studio time, or like J. Cole was supposed to rap a verse on something, but then like Cameron ended up like suing him for this. I was like, what? Like this is not that serious. But then when they asked him like, okay, do you want to talk about the J. Cole thing? And Cameron's face, like you could see the seriousness of it. I'm like, does Cameron know something about Cole that I don't know? And then it was like, oh shit. But I'll say this, J. Cole, if you're listening, repent while you can. Repent. That's all I can say. Like my story isn't. I got full. I got dirt. I got dirt myself. But I'm just saying, like, Cole, if you're listening, either you might as well repent now or just say, look, this happened, blah, 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 but I won't do this no more. But like I said, this part that you can dismiss it, but there's certain things a part of me I can't tell you everything about me. I can't tell you everything about me and why I came to this conclusion. But J. Cole, because I really feel bad about even putting this out there. I really feel bad about this, but don't be shocked. Don't be shocked. So let me see what they said. They say, wait, is J. Cole married? Oh yeah, by the way, J. Cole is married, right? He talks about it often in, his music, how, he was on tour, still running through holes, even though he was with his broad, right? So he's talked about, things like this. He's been honest. So people still look at him at a positive manner. But seeing the Cameron situation, I was like, oh, there might be something to this. So he's on a swap list till further notice. It's almost like the same thing with Jalen Hurts. Call it a hunch, but this is not, especially what was given to me. This is not something I saw. I didn't seek this. I swear on everything. I didn't seek this. I was like, why was this given to me about J. Cole? Same. It was kind of similar to LeBron too. Like, why was this information given to me about? And no, this is not. Oh, I saw this on the 5150 show or the Corey. No, like this is something given to me by something or a somebody. And this isn't the first time where something or somebody gives me something and it's like, I can't even go into that. That's another part of my life I cannot even really bring up, right? Because people gonna think, well, wait, you believe in this? So I'm gonna leave that alone. But yeah, J. Cole is married, and he's been honest about what he said he used to do. But there's something else that he is hiding. There's something else that he's hiding, and he needs to either stop doing that or he's going to get exposed for it. Secret kids. Close. But it like, what I think is going to come out on him, if this come out, this will be very damaging. I don't think Secret Kids would really damage him per se. I don't think so. Right. But maybe if it's a secret, well, like I said, close. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Close. Okay. To be fair, he said if Cameron does have knowledge, the fact he didn't say it means that he was just letting J. Cole know, I know who you actually are. So back off. You got to see that video. He said, repent. Like, is Azriel and TTA. You look. He said, if it isn't GEI, stolen music, paying off a 3 or 4. Well, stolen music, that's not going to ruin his career. First of all, most of these rappers out here, they be stealing. They be stealing. Rappers be stealing like a motherfucker. That's not even shocking. Exactly. Facts. He said, I want to add, just because your wife lets you run through, fool around with other women doesn't mean she's actually okay with it. But like I said, J. Cole said he doesn't do that no more, allegedly. Right. But he's been honest about what he was doing, particularly when he was famous, when he started getting famous. Let me see if I see. Yeah, right here. Adama7752 says, I don't believe it, but if it happens, this is a real first here comment. Yeah. I'm putting a lot. And then on top of that, is J. Cole still with Rock Nation? So I gotta be careful about this. I gotta be careful. Isn't J. Cole still with Rock Nation? Hold on for a second. I gotta relax. So I might have to relax on this. Ain't he still with Rock Nation? I might have to relax. Is J. Cole signed to Jay-Z? But he later left the label in 2020 and establishing his own Dreamville Records. Okay, so he left. Okay, so he left the label in 2020. Oh yeah, with the Dreamville, and he has his own squad. But he did used to be signed with Rock Nation, so we might have to still be careful about that. Look, sometimes I'll say it like this. Sometimes I get too worried about people when their reputation is too clean. When their reputation is too clean, that's when I'll be like, oh, what else is out there? So, and like I said, that doesn't mean he's not a good person. That's not like, don't get me wrong. I think J. Cole, from what I've seen from him, is a decent, genuine person, but oh shoot. So the Unwelcome Party says, well, if it is what I'm thinking and the word repentance comes up, then oh boy. Lord, hey man, I'm gonna just leave it. Like I said, I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm just because I saw, especially because I dismissed the message. When I first got the message, I dismissed it. My mind's playing tricks on me. I dismissed it. Then I saw the Cameron situation. And I'm like, they can fix this beat. This ain't nothing. But like the seriousness on Cameron's face, I'm like, yo, what does he know about this nigga? What's going on? What's going on? Let me see. Cameron, J. Cole response. And usually, because when Cameron be having his beefs, he'll be dropping he'll drop like a freestyle the next day on the podcast, or he'll do something like this. But like his face, he was like serious. I ain't never seen Cameron like that. So this, I'm like, yo, what's going on? So right here, let me share the video. let me share the shorts with you. Oh, hold on for a second. Let me see some of these comments first. He said, anyone who was running with Jay-Z is pretty suspicious to me. Facts. He said, oh Lord. Yeah, exactly. There's an edge. Yeah. He said, to echo Joey Diaz, you got to have an edge to you or something that makes you feel human. Hell, even speeding on the highway or something. Yeah. B. Walker says, if your reputation is too clean, it either means you're actually legit. Otherwise, just know how to hide who you are. Very good and how you are perceived. You know, there's some people that are they're very smart and very how people perceive them. So they'll do things a certain way. Right. Let me play the video, Lo. Let me play that video. He said, "You suing J. Cole?"
Suing J. Cole? Because I got questions about that. Okay.
And look, I know it's a lawsuit or a pending lawsuit, but usually Cameron has something. He'll do like he was just like, I ain't even finna speak on it. So this is something. There's something else going on. This is not about no, you missed a featured verse or you missed a podcast appearance or it's just something deeper going on, right? He knows something about J. Cole.
Well, J. Cole, that's the prodigal son from North Carolina. Why are you suing J. Cole, my nigga? He don't bother nobody. All right, you don't want to answer. Okay. All right, well, we'll just answer this. He's on his way of being a rap legend. That don't make you just want to be like, nah, you know what? Let bygones be bygones, or whatever the case may be. TMZ is right that you suing him.
I think J. Cole is definitely going to be a rap legend. 100%, definitely.
You don't get a pass? All right, man. Y'all see? I be trying. You suing J. Cole?
So right there, when I saw this, because look, when you look at the comments, they're talking about like the technical, the stuff that's on paper. So right here it says there's definitely something coming. The lawsuit doesn't seem real. So the album rollout, Jermaine J. Cole, says, for anyone thinking Cam did this as a publicity stunt for a rollout, doesn't know him like that. Jim Jones might, but that's not typical Harlem behavior. That'll think that's corny. He wants his bread. Nah, it's not. This is not about money. I don't even think it's about. It's something else. It's something else. So that's kind of what that's what I'm saying. It's something. Yeah, he said something is coming, but I doubt it's good for J. Cole. I ain't never seen Cameron like that. I've never seen, anybody that's familiar with Cameron, they know that's not Cameron. Like something's up. Something's up. Look, man. Look, let me leave J. Cole alone. Because all of a sudden I'm gonna see a strike on my channel. I'm gonna see a strike on my channel. I'm gonna see yo. Some people be so plugged up you don't even know. It's like, like there's like people like, Jake Paul and like Logan Paul. Like anytime you say something about those boys, something bad happens to you, right? So I'm gonna just leave that alone for now. But that's probably the biggest shocker on the list. So I'm gonna leave that alone. But yes, the S.W.A.P list, that is the new thing on my channel. That's the new thing. Okay. So the S.W.A.P list, this is something that, like I said, again, the Simp Watch Alert Predictor, right? The Simp Watch Alert Predictor. So it's basically almost like CTOS, right? From the Watchdogs. It's a prediction system based on knowledge, based on your history, based on patterns, based on recognition, right? It's almost our own CTOS system. Okay. Just look at it like that, right? So B. Watkins says, do you guys think Jake Paul had something to do with the car crash or no? Yes, I think so. Yes. Yes. He said Pedro Pascal going to end up on that list one of these days. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. He's usually guys like that, you know, like because he be capping about that whole Pedro Pascal full of cap. And he knows what he's talking. Like, y'all know what I'm talking about. He's full of cap with that nonsense. I don't know what ninja in the hood could get away with that. So the unwelcome party said, well, Jake does have the means to orchestrate something. Like I said, Jake Paul and Logan Paul, they're plugged up. So I don't even talk about those people. People think like, you know, there's certain people like, you know, the mafia didn't go nowhere, bruh. There's certain people you can't really do. That's why, like, even when I saw when Anthony Joshua knocked out Jake Paul, I thought that was off script. I don't think that was supposed to happen. That's just my opinion on that. That's my opinion. I told somebody, I'm like, I don't think that was supposed to happen. And there's, like I said, when you go off script, there's punishment for that. You know, rest in peace to Anthony Joshua's people. I'm not trying to make assumptions or cast aspersions like Stephen A. Smith would say, right? V. Waska says they from my state. I shouldn't be speaking too much. Hey, man, I'm gonna leave that alone too. I'm gonna leave that alone. There's certain people you can't talk about. Though in those brothers, you can't talk about them. Something bad happens to you. Certain people in life, they are plugged up like that. And mind you, boxing, remember, boxing is one of the most corrupt, if not the most corrupt sport on the planet Earth. He said, but considering all the gambling scandals and stuff, maybe some powerful people lost money. Oh, yeah. He said, same with Wexner. I keep my mouth shut. Anywho. Hey, yo, man. But anywho, there's certain people out here you keep your mouth shut about them, or you gonna see how powerful some of these people are. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the mob is real deep into boxing. Real, very, 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 very deep. It's no joke. But like I said, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone, man. Like there's certain records you're not allowed to break. Or if you break them, then you got to end up doing tours. I'm not saying anybody in particular. Oh man. Like I said, I gotta leave that. Some of those, like especially boxing. Boxing is very corrupt, man. People taking dives. I'm gonna leave that alone, though. I'm gonna leave that alone. And sorry that J. Cole had to take a stray on this one, but I gotta keep it a buck. But anyways, that's it for today. I went a little bit overtime. Not too much overtime, but I did go a little bit overtime. Today was an interesting day, to say the least. Right? But that is the Simp of the Year list, right? Which was, to me, that wasn't that significant to me. That's just, a matter of just putting them out there. But the S.W.A.P list, this is something I introduced. So I just want to make sure I got some witnesses, so you guys are the witnesses of that. And I hope it's an original product. I hope, because I didn't really do any research to be like, okay, did somebody else come up with this? But yeah, the Simp Watch Alert Predictor. It's our CTOS for Simps. That's what I should call it. Yeah, Simp Watch Alert Predictor, the CTOS for Simps. And anybody that plays video games should understand where I'm coming from when I say CTOS. Oh, okay. Let me I might have to mention, so I was mentioned on a chat somewhere. Okay. I'm gonna have to check that out. But you guys, man, thank you guys. Oh, he said, hold on. Oh, what's up? What's up? What's up? I'm gonna wait for you. I'm gonna wait for you. I'm gonna wait for you, Watkins. Oh yeah, by the way, but yeah, before I sign off, shout out to Pyro again for the $2 super chat. Thank you for donating. And thank you. Oh yeah, Garrett Grant. Thank you for all the donations this year. I appreciate that, man. Apparently, there's you can like look at your list to see who did the most donations and stuff like that. I was like, oh shoot, I can actually give people their propers. Yeah, Garrett, Pyro, South Holland, right? Thank you guys, man, for consistently donating, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Liam Neeson is going to be on S.W.A.P eventually. Yeah, I can see that. He said he just got with Pamela Anderson. He should know better. He should know better. He should know better. Oh yeah, Anton Daniels. I forgot. He was the last person I put. It's just that J. Cole was the most significant person. Anton Daniels is definitely on S.W.A.P watch. I'm sorry, Anton Daniels. I got to put you on there, brother. Mind you, I think he puts out good work, but what I've been seeing from him lately, especially him, going out his way to be dick policing the passport bros. Yeah. You want S.W.A.P. Mind you, he's married too. He's been married for a while. Daniels is doomed. Yeah, I agree. Adama said Daniels is doomed. I agree. I just saw that comment. I was like, yep, Daniels is doomed. Oh, you say, oh yeah, the unwelcome party say he's on fraud watch. He's been misstepping too many times. Yeah, he's been misstepping too many times. He's too sensitive when it comes to certain subjects where I'm like, okay, you're doing a little bit too much. But anyway, my mouth is tired. Pause. My mouth is tired. I gotta stop talking. Shout out to you guys, man. Thank you guys for keeping it real. Thank you for for not completely dismissing me when I came up when I brought these names up. Thank you guys for that. I don't know what outro video exactly. So I don't really support passport bros for different reasons, but anyway, who does it for protecting Western women's SMV is definitely a simp or on S.W.A.P watch. It's like I said, it's the same thing with Chronic. Chronic don't like CG at all. There's a lot of creators that I like that Chronic doesn't like, but it was just interesting when I brought up the obvious. I bring up the obvious. Is marriage worth it in the West? He was like, oh no. Andrew Wilson's wrong. He didn't even have to ask who was defending marriage. He already knew. Oh yeah, Andrew Wilson. There's no debate there. As long as we understand the obvious. Because like if I don't like someone, I'm not gonna be talking about I'm not gonna be talking about them the whole time. If I don't fuck with them, I'm not gonna be, but you gotta do this. But that, like I said, dick policing is I am vehemently against dick policing, especially on this channel. Very vehemently against that. But anyways, shout out to you guys, man. Shout out to you, Watkins, for being very participating in the chat. Oh yeah, that is true. But I think with the passport bros, it's still a better solution than the American women. That's how bad it is with American women, that even though there's so many holes with the passport bros, there's so many, like I said, there's a whole lot of holes with that with those people, but it's still a better solution than rolling the dice with the average American woman. That's how bad it is with the women in the States. That like just leaving the country is almost like a salvation. And I say this, that I don't think they're getting king treatment. They're not getting king treatment. They're just being treated like a human. And the women in the States, it's even worse. They don't even treat you. It's not like they don't even treat you like a human. They just like, they really on their list of importance of what women deem important, a man is literally last ditch effort. And you can see it with the Democrat Party, where they're like, okay, all right, let's try to see if we can get some votes from young men. It's like it's just so disingenuous. The energy is so disingenuous, you know. But that's a whole other story for another day. And then what guys got to watch out now, there's a lot of people see us coming now. So people from the Philippines, Thailand, Colombia, like the obvious places, they see us coming. So you need to arm yourself. People need to arm themselves with the information about that, right? And as long as you understand what it is when you're going overseas and you messing with women, as long as you understand it's a mutual exchange, it's basically a handshake, right? It's not, there's no love attached to it, right? In my opinion, there's no love attached to it, but just understand it's just a mutual exchange that happens. And I think it's a fair enough exchange. This is why I am pro passport bro. So I'm like, okay, this is not bad. This is not a bad movement. But anyways, let me see if I could, which Corey Holcomb clip should I do? Simp Watch for Simp. I don't know what will be the best video for Simp Watch. But yeah, I'll just do Ben 10. Because there's other names that I could say for S.W.A.P, but I might get in trouble. So I'm gonna end it with Ben 10. I'm gonna end it with Ben 10. So I don't get myself in trouble. Shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for watching tonight, man. And please, take care. Good night. If you guys got to drive safely, all that. Take care.
Go on.
No, I sense I've made a mistake of some kind.